Good afternoon, friends. On behalf of Mint, I would like to extend all of you a very hearty welcome to the first post COVID edition of the Mint Digital Innovation Summit. We all realize that the road to digital transformation is very exciting, but easier said than done since the technology treadmill moves at a very fast pace. For instance, terms like social, mobile, analytics, and cloud, remember the smack factor and BYOD, bring your own device, are passe now. They are in use, but they're very much passe. Digital transformation today is flush with buzzwords like AI, data analytics, Internet of Things, IoT, multi cloud, security, blockchain, and 3D printing, to name a few technologies. That said, it's easy to miss the wood for the trees with these technologies. They are, after all, only tools to help you solve your business problem or increase your company's efficiency. Else, you will not be able to justify the return on investment from these technologies, and these technologies will actually turn out to just be shiny tools in your business order, and you'll just fail to understand why exactly are they there. Now, this Mint Digital Innovation Summit is a power packed event with more than 30 speakers spanning across sectors like telecom, BFSI, retail, e commerce, and manufacturing. All the speakers have one clear message: how these cutting edge technologies have enhanced their own businesses and what are the pitfalls you should be aware of. Now, we have four panels, beginning with AI and automation, followed by the Internet of Things panel. Of course, the emphasis will be more on the industrial IoT, 5G, and something on how to make things smarter. The third panel is on the very crucial aspect of how security and privacy go hand in hand. And the fourth is on the foundation of all digital technologies that we're talking today, the cloud. Of course, this is not to forget the exciting keynotes that we have for you by stalwarts from the industry. Now, had the pandemic blues not continued, we all would have been shaking hands, exchanging notes, probably having dinner and drinks at a physical event. But since that may take still a little while to materialize, without much ado, I would like to call on screen Jaideep Mehta, CEO of Mosaic Digital and Business Head of Mint. Now, Jaideep is not here to tell you about our business. In his earlier avatars, he was also the India and South Asia MD of IDC and CEO of Alpha Partners, to just mention a few of the companies. And this is one of the reasons why I would often call him to our events to share his rich insights on digital transformation. And this is exactly the reason he's here today, to share his insights on how to lead enterprises into the new age with technology. Jaideep, the screen is all yours.
You're too kind, Leslie. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. And I welcome all of our guests, our speakers, and of course, our sponsor partner today, UiPath. It's my pleasure to open this. Folks, I've got 15 minutes to share some thoughts with you. And a lot of what I'm going to share with you comes from our Edge Insights research practice. And of course, I'm also going to try and bring it alive with some examples from the external world. And really the first sort of port of call for me there is from the newspapers this morning. Let me just, if you would load up the slides, please, the producer. Thank you. So let me just talk you through. So what Leslie asked me to do today was to talk to you about how enterprises are kind of marching into the new age with technology and how it's all sort of coming together. And some of you may have seen this in the morning today. This is from the Mint, which, by the way, if you don't read, you should. That's my 30-second plug. But something which was in the realm of science fiction, maybe just 2 years ago or 5 years ago. Now in Chennai, we're going to be actually seeing a hybrid flying car starting to undergo field trials and maybe even get commercialized very, very soon. And this is just incredible. This is a startup which is out of Chennai, associated with some of the leading engineering colleges and institutions there. And just imagine for 1 second, how many technologies need to come together to make this possible. The notion of autonomous mobility is complicated enough. Then to introduce the element of flight is just incredible. Leslie spoke about SMAC and IoT. I'll add to that radar technologies, mapping, advanced avionics, AI, because this is autonomous, right? And this creates a whole new paradigm, a whole new challenge actually for the governments as well, because they have to think through the policy frameworks which govern these kinds of vehicles, what kind of regulations to put in place, what safety norms to put in place. And of course, for the logistics industry, for the car makers, this is a whole new possibility in terms of new business, new ways in which to engage their customers. And indeed, the other side of the coin, of course, is 5 years down the line, which of the current products might actually become obsolete. But that's the journey of digital, isn't it? And what we are seeing happening today is that as these technologies in various spheres, keep advancing, corporations are reacting and starting to react very, really fast. And I'll give you two examples of these. Very recently, Marico, who we all know, and for those of you who don't, they are the company which own the Parachute hair oil brand. They announced publicly, and they made investments and added on some senior executives, that they will be looking to build at least 300 crore plus digital brands, right? And on the back of that, they've been making some acquisitions, Apcos Naturals, Beardo, and some others. And this is an example of an established giant understanding that there's a whole new world of consumer brands out there. You can call them the D2C companies, the direct to consumer companies, or digital brand owners, or whatever it might be, right? But the fact is, this is an opportunity for the Maricos and the HULs of the world to embrace some of these new opportunities that consumers are creating and entrepreneurs are fulfilling. And they're partnering, they're acquiring, and I'll come to that in a second. So that's one example where there's a very clear established strategy for an organization to really take advantage of the opportunities created by new technology. But to my mind, in the last few months, really the story of digital is the story of the Tata Group, right? Starting with the acquisition of Big Basket, which gets the Tata Group into the daily needs purchasing cycle of God knows how many million households. And then with 1mg, and from the last couple of days, if the advertisements are any indicator, possibly they've rebranded them into Tata Health, or maybe they've created another umbrella brand on top of 1mg. But they have put several $billion to work to really make sure that they stay relevant as India digitalizes, and as the Indian consumers demand that all brand owners, all consumer service providers really are able to engage with them on the digital platforms. Okay. And now, if I were to expand this a little bit for you, I'll just go back one. What do we see happening? There are at least three ways in which corporations are embracing disruptive technologies and startups. One is acquisitions, and that's sort of, I'm given you a couple of examples already. But that's not the only way. We're seeing large organizations do joint product development with disruptive companies. In the pharma sector, the so-called large pharma companies have been engaging with biotechs and niche R&D sort of companies for a long time, and the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine is a great example of that. We're also seeing joint solutions being taken to market, where the two companies take their own IP of various shapes and sizes, and the IT services companies with some of the emerging SaaS platforms out of India are a great example of that. And they kind of meld those together, where 1 + 1 is equal to 3, or sometimes even 11, and take them to market for the benefit of their customers. For the large organization, it adds a new weapon to the armory. For the emerging organization, it brings a huge reach into customers they would have otherwise taken years to get to. And there are numerous examples of this as well. The third that we see is the notion of partnerships, where in this case, I take the example of the financing company Indify, who's partnered with Amazon to get into their merchants and be able to offer their unique financing solution to the merchants. The benefit Indify gets, of course, is that Amazon's got all the transaction history, all the finances of the merchants. Whereas the benefit for Amazon is that their merchants, and there are several 100,000 of these on the Amazon platform, now have working capital financing available to them, even the smallest ones who may not be serviced by the traditional banking space, right? And then the fourth one that we observe is that of distribution leverage. And there I give you the example of ITC Foods as well. Now, of course, none of this is cut in stone. I mean, these things bleed into each other, and you may well be modeling some of these stories in your head saying this guy's doing this and that. Of course, that is the nature of the beast. And the third thing that we're seeing, of course, is when organizations are evaluating technologies, products, and platforms, and you will hear many of these in the conversations that, as you go through the event today, where typically in India, the CIO or the chief digital officer is leading the conversation with a disruptive technology company or with a large company offering disruptive technology. I mean, I always tell our clients that, the largest disruptors are the likes of UiPath, the likes of Amazon Web Services, the likes of Microsoft Azure and others. And no one will think that Microsoft is a startup today, of course, but they are disruptive. So, I just want to emphasize that disruption is not just about small companies. It's also coming from some of the larger organizations. And this kind of applies really across all industries. To give you another example, when we think about electric mobility, the first name which comes to mind is Tesla. But the fact is that one of the biggest electric mobility companies is actually Nissan from a revenue perspective, though of course not from a market cap perspective, right? So new tech adoption is a third model in which companies are kind of managing disruption, right? And all of this is translating into a very active market for technology in India, right? So in our Sales Edge IT spending survey of 2021, we observed almost $38 billion of total IT spending. And to give you two key segments of that, the traditional, what you would call, hardware, software services, was about $31.7 or $32 billion or thereabouts, high single-digit growth from last year. And really a lot of that investment going into process automation and customer experience management. And this was, of course, accelerated by the terrible second wave that we all suffered through, which again locked us up in our homes. And one of the very few silver linings of that was that it actually accelerated digital take-up and digital transformation across companies. And what that did was it allowed digital spending in India to hit almost $16 billion. And a lot of this is going into digital infrastructures around the cloud. Again, Leslie talked about how this is a really, really important part of the digital puzzle. But what we also saw, workforce transformation in the healthcare and manufacturing sectors, rollout of IoT, logistics as well, and so many others. And so out of the 15.8 billion of digital spending, more than half, 56% actually, was around cloud, workforce transformation, and IoT. So real excitement. And, we've just started our 2022 research. And what the preliminary findings are telling us, and our anecdotal evidence is telling us, is that this wave, if anything, is set to intensify as the economy recovers in 2022 and companies accelerate further and further into what we call business transformation. And when we look at business transformation, what we find is that there are 5 pillars along a continuum, okay, which lead a company to be able to reimagine themselves and build a future-ready business. Some things remain constant. Leadership, people management as the core pillar, and the transformation of the workforce, the workplace, and work itself is at the core of business transformation. When the CEO takes a view that we have to transform, that is the way forward. The next thing which happens is process automation. When we look to digitalize operations, pluck some of the low-hanging fruit, do some value chain digitization, supply chain management, and so on and so forth. But as companies progress through this journey, what they find is that they need to move to platforms. And they need to move to platforms to be able to compete with the disruptors in their industries. Think of automotive today, right? The electric car revolution is upon us. Just recently, Ola had, if I remember right, 1 million bookings for the electric two-wheelers. And that is an example of a platform, right? Where it looks like a traditional scooter, but it's actually a computer with wheels. And a lot of the upgrades, version management, and improvement in the product going forward is going to come through software. And I can visualize a world where in the future, they will integrate with a payments platform, they will integrate with mapping systems, which may be coming from third parties to give the rider and the owner a better experience, which in turn leads to digital ecosystems. Competition is moving from the paradigm of company to company competition to ecosystem competition. Many of us on this platform today will be using Zomato one day, maybe Swiggy the next. Both of these are ecosystems. Think about Flipkart versus Amazon. The fight is between ecosystems. And when ecosystems come together, when ecosystems start thriving, the fifth and most hidden but really critical pillar of business transformation that we observe is that the organization at the core of the ecosystem starts to innovate faster. They start to innovate faster, and on the back of it, they're able to really create a virtuous cycle where they become stronger and stronger. And therefore, in many sectors, we see one of the, I dare say, from a consumer perspective, unfortunate outcomes of this business transformation is that digital technologies and the digital ecosystems enable monopolies to happen, right? But that's a discussion for another time. But from the perspective of the organizations and the CEOs, people and leadership at the start, operations and automation, the creation of platforms, get capabilities from different companies and different players to come onto their platforms to create digital ecosystems and really enhance and increase the speed of innovation to build a more competitive and a smarter organization as you go forward. And that's what reimagining is all about, right? And with that, I come to the end of my short presentation today. You will see, I'm sure, a lot of these themes reflected in the panels and the keynotes as we go through the day today. But as I conclude, I have just one wish that, one of the things that we are seeing appearing on the horizon in India is the application of technology to agriculture. And with still 60%, and as recent data from the government shows us, an increase in the number of people in India who are dependent on agriculture, I hope that becomes the next wave of digital transformation, the agri-tech transformation. With that, Leslie, I hand back to you. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to my audience for hearing me out so patiently. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jaydeep. I wish there was an audience out here so that we could give you an applause because I think you deserve it. But yes, of course, I mean, we made some very salient points like disruption is here to stay, but it's not just, with the startups because we typically associate disruption with startups. But when we are talking about technology, these cutting edge technologies, we're also talking about big companies, as we'll see through all the panels and as the other speakers will be pointing out. But I also like some other points that you made. The move to platforms, the fight between ecosystems. I would add, the move to super apps that we're seeing, all which is leading to faster innovation. And of course, the wish that you made at the end, talking about an agri-tech transformation. I hope because agriculture contributes to nearly 16% of India's GDP. So I hope that agri-tech transformation, which is happening already in a small way, that will also happen. Our next speaker now is Mahesh Makhija, partner and leader, digital and emerging technology at EY India. He's going to speak on a very interesting topic, which rightly says notes from the digital frontline. And of course, Mahesh has also been present at many Mint events. So Mahesh, welcome once again. As I said at the outset, I wish I could shake hands personally and say hello. But here you go. The screen is all yours.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Leslie, and great to be with everyone today. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see this, Leslie. Can you see my screen now? Hello? Can you hear me, Leslie? Hello? Leslie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see the screen. Sorry.
Okay, super. Okay, super. I'm just going to try to move this back. Okay. So great to be with everybody. And over the last 18 months, I've had a chance to meet with hundreds of companies, all the way from big banks setting up their captives in India to hosiery manufacturers in Coimbatore. And it's kind of the COVID has been both a blessing as well as a curse. You can't meet clients, face to face, and that takes away from the intimacy. But at the same time, you get to do a lot more meetings. So what I want to do today is just share with you some of my notes over the last 18 months of what I've learned and really what we are seeing clients begin to focus on from the perspective of a digital agenda. So starting with just taking a step back and seeing what's changing in India today, right? And we think there's a very significant blurring in terms of the ways we traditionally think about digital in India. We always had this view of a digitally savvy young consumer, a digital native, gets online, downloads apps, and then there was this other generation of consumers who really were not that fluent with technology, didn't really know how to use mobile apps, for example. And I think COVID has really busted that myth. All generations, including older consumers today, are figuring out ways to order stuff online. They know how to make online payments. They're looking for information using Google Assistants, etc. So massive rise in terms of the number of people using the internet, mobile apps, etc. So I think that whole myth is busted. There is no need for any quote unquote assisted model today. Almost all consumers are really out there and using technology. Which has a massive implication on companies, which is the second thing. We even see traditional companies today starting to think about their revenue from online in the range of almost 15 to 20%. And this is traditional retailers, healthcare companies, hospitals, etc. So massive adoption of online, which is pushing these companies really to merge their online and offline models. So that's also now fully merged and becoming one model. We've seen, and you heard the previous speaker really talk about startups beginning to challenge large conglomerates starting to invest in startups, massive rise in tech funding, almost up 71% quarter on quarter. All of the startups are really managing to get a lot of traction, both with not just access to capital, but access to customers, access to new ways in which to think about their data and to use that to close the loop and to offer new services. Taking very short times now to scale up. And reach like revenues of around 100 crores within very short periods of time. And not last but not the least, the whole Desi Videsi is an Indian platform. It's not an Indian platform, starting to merge now. Amazon working a lot with Kiranas, Google launching vernacular services. So all these traditional notions we had and models we had of the universe when it comes to digital, starting to really morph when it comes to India today. So what does it mean now from a sector perspective? And I wanted to just give you some thoughts on what we are seeing. Financial services already significantly on digital steroids even before COVID. UPI adoption significant. It's probably one of the most advanced payment platforms in the world today. In August, it processed around 3.5 billion transactions. Very advanced digital lending models already gaining traction. But we're starting to see in financial services the entire digital revolution now getting more broad-based. So if you take SMEs, for example, banks are offering them a whole bunch of services, not just lending, but everything which you need to manage an SME's life, for example, all the way from payroll, tax, accounting, etc., all moving digital with a bunch of startups enabled through a bank ecosystem, for example. We're starting to see huge innovation in wealth management, brokerage, and many other segments of financial services. So real broad basing of the entire digital transformation agenda. Right. If you move to consumer and retail, again, massive growth in terms of the number of e-commerce consumers, almost 2x increase in the last year, massive growth rates. You heard about the previous speaker talk about D2C brands, new models coming out. I'll talk a little more about what that really means from an enterprise perspective. Healthcare, again, we estimate almost a 10x rise in teleconsultations, which happened during COVID. And really, I think that's understating the case, because all of us, had access to some digital means and we interacted with our healthcare providers. But all of that getting formalized now through digital wellness and teleconsulting models, right? Telecom, not a sector which is unimpacted by digital. Huge amounts of problems there from just an overall perspective of large telco players being able to meet profitability norms. But even there, The 5G is set to really reignite this entire sector and bring new value-added services. Industrial manufacturing, cloud, I'll talk a little more about that, and a massive growth in IoT and adoption. And last but not the least, from a government perspective, massive increase in terms of the number of government services which are now available to be digitally consumed online, and a very big push by our government to use new technologies like blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, etc., to start to bring some real modern technology to Indian consumers. So that gives you a quick perspective of what's happening in digital across sectors. And now I'll just quickly go through 5 trends which we are seeing. Trend number 1 is really what we're calling the untethered enterprise. Really, this is where companies are unshackling themselves from their legacy constraints when it comes to customers, when it comes to supply chains, and when it comes to technology. D2C models, just an explosion in terms of D2C models. So if you're a Kirana today, you're very likely accepting orders, using WhatsApp. You're probably accepting payments online or through QR codes, in your store. You're able to, make sure that you can link up with the distributor portal, for example, and make sure that your demand gets transmitted back to the actual brand through, closed loop integration. If you're a 200 to 500 crore business, you're doing just a bunch of things using the startup ecosystem with fulfillment services. And then, like we talked about, this whole trend in conglomerates. So if you're a conglomerate with multiple companies in your ecosystem, you're trying to figure out exactly how to use digital to bring together a common consumer experience, the whole quote unquote super app revolution. Everyone wants to be use a super app or rather be offered a super app today. So we'll have to see how that all plays out, but really using common customer experiences, customer journeys, data to bring together a set of services for your customers, right? So massive evolution from a supply chain and from a consumer perspective, but also from a tech perspective. And for the first time, companies really realizing that tech debt can become a very significant issue. And the platform choices which you make today could hamper you in very short future, or could actually become a massive competitive advantage. So we've really seen this whole conversation of platforms move mainstream. Are you going to use your brand.com, or are you going to use marketplaces? How exactly does that play out in the long term? How do you set up a CRM system, an e-commerce platform? Which of these are the right strategic choices for you as you set up your online presence? So a very large amount of emphasis right now on thinking through the entire platform strategy, the architecture, and then moving, like we said, to cloud models, right? Cloud has become, absolutely mainstream. In fact, it's the only option which really exists today as we've seen our clients start to scale up their digital priorities. Last but not the least, as you start to collaborate in ecosystems, all of those sectors which I spoke about earlier, starting to set up APIs, which are becoming really the real drivers of business, starting to expose their big business logic in an easy fashion to work with their partners. So the untethered enterprise really getting companies to consume new data sources, new customer journeys, and really leverage the power of digital. The second trend, and we've talked a lot about this, I'm sure you folks will hear about this through this entire conference, is data and intelligence, right? And over here, our view really is that the age of centralized data management, when you're going to get a bunch of digital data, and there's a deluge of digital data today, you're going to put it all together in a centralized data store, you're going to mine that for insights. We think that age is ending, and really we think we've entered now the age of federation. And so what do I mean by that, right? We think we're going to move to a situation where rather than having one single centralized data warehouse, you're going to have like a virtualization of data across the entire enterprise. And many companies today beginning to adopt this model. If you're even a mid-sized enterprise today, you very likely have a ton of on-prem data. You're working with cloud models, you have data there. You have a bunch of SaaS companies you're working with, so there's data sitting over there. So really thinking through all this and making a common view of your data without the entire cumbersome ways of centralizing data is becoming really critical. A lot of hype around deep learning, and deep learning has indeed entered the enterprise, but the use cases in core business AI yet to be proven. And for several reasons, right? In the areas of image, voice, text, etc., very good use cases, and deep learning has really entered the enterprise, and companies are making great use of it. But many companies struggle with smaller data sets. And that's one of the emerging digital priorities which are seeing is how do you make sense of small data? And how do you make sense of data which you have access to? If you're not at Amazon, you're not at Google, what can you do with data? What can you do with machine learning? And that's when we think there's a lot of promise in this whole space of transfer learning. mining insights from rather big data sources, and then using it and applying it to small data with a different set of algorithms. So we think a lot of this is beginning to really take shape from an enterprise agenda perspective. And then federated models of learning, where again you're starting to push intelligence to the edge so that your sales force, your distributors, etc., can have access to learning algorithms which are relevant to them, which doesn't need the benefit of full centralization. So a lot of action happening in this whole data intelligence space, and we think we're entering a new paradigm of federated intelligence. Number three is about talent. And I think COVID has created a massive, really a landslide of demand when it comes to tech, all the way from the global capability centers, which have seen a massive increase in demand. Everyone is running after that same talent, and there's a real war for talent. Wages have just shot through the roof, salaries have shot through the roof for key, tech skills. Even while we're seeing adoption of agile, DevOps, etc., we are starting to see a big focus using these kind of models, into full stack talent, right? So this is where you don't have a different set of technologies, but you have a group of programmers who can take it all the way from the front end, right into the back end. So massive increase in what's happening from a demand for skills. At the same time, this entire view of the changing skill profiles which are needed by enterprises and the move to full stack. And over here, we are seeing the more advanced companies. Really, they focused on consumer experience, they focused on employee experience, but now the trend is really moving to focus on the developer experience. How do you onboard developers? How do you make them productive? How do you make them happy to work and learn new skills in your ecosystem? So the entire life cycle of developers, which is beginning to really impact the digital agenda, becomes really key. And like I said, of course, the whole salary debate of how do you make sure that you retain talent, because almost every programmer who's worth his salt out there is publishing their code on GitHub. Huge amount of transparency in terms of the good programmers and being able to say what they can do, and then really a huge rise in salaries as well, and really the money going to developers who are able to make a dent. And it's a very proven fact in technology today that one developer worth his or her salt could easily add up to 50 people who are not that skilled. So this whole war for talent, we think, is going to become significantly more critical as one goes along. And number four is really about cyber. As we move to work from home models, as we move to starting to set up significant digital paradigms with old legacy infrastructure, there's just been an unprecedented assault on enterprise cyber defenses, all the way from ransomware attacks to malware attacks. We think that this is a really critical space to watch, and also some of the more advanced enterprises moving away from post-facto analysis of controls, post-facto reactions, to really moving to real-time and inline defense mechanisms. So we think real-time defense is a massive trend. We think companies are going to really spend a lot of time getting this right. And then just from an enterprise customer data privacy perspective, the regulators are on the watch. So massive fines which have been imposed when people have violated these privacy regulations, leading to reputational risk. So we see enterprises beginning to really focus on that. And last but not the least, the sovereignty issue when it comes to data. We've seen regulators take a really hard stand on what data means, the currency of data, making sure that you can localize it. We've seen companies, which have been tremendously impacted in terms of their ability to, launch new products and do any business at all if they don't take care of this. So we really think that real-time defense, inline defense is going to become critical. At the same time, we think the whole policy of zero trust and embedding trust into your design of your new product, your service, your process itself is going to be a critical enabler as companies move along. And last but not the least, the whole ESG agenda. We think that technology is going to actually play a very big role as companies grapple with the whole ESG and the environmental agenda. You have a large number of quote-unquote woke consumers very alive to the technology choices and in fact the product choices which their companies are making, and they're going to vote with their wallets. So we think ESG is going to be a very critical way in which companies will begin to differentiate what they're doing. We think the regulators have already put in place some pretty severe reporting norms over there. And last but not the least, the government is pouring a lot of money into the green drive. We think tech is a big way in which companies will actually compete on the ESG agenda, whether it's retooling your supply chain, whether it's making sure that you can actually look at how you travel. In EY, for example, we've announced a carbon negative year for this current year. So we think in FY22 we're going to be fully carbon negative. So even big consulting companies beginning to think about how exactly their employees travel and what impact that has on ESG, and then using tech as a way to drive and solve problems in that area. So just to summarize then, key imperatives which we are beginning to see companies adopt: thinking through platforms, re-architecting, really tackling what it means in terms of legacy debt, thinking about intelligence, moving away from centralized models to distributing intelligence to the edge, thinking through real-time cyber, thinking through zero trust as a principle for design of new systems, looking at talent, making sure that you're bulking up on critical tech talent, and then last but not the least, big bets on sustainability. So that's a quick view of what I've seen over the last 18 months. Hopefully you found it useful. With that, Leslie, back to you.
Hi, Mahesh. Thank you very much for the insights. I mean, as usual, it's a very insightful discussion. I know on screen it becomes a little difficult. It's a physical event. It becomes a little easier to interact. I know we have had those hiccups basically here and there. But overall, I mean, I loved certain points that you made as usual. But I think from the highlights, how tech, digital and technology is blurring the traditional divides in India. The uniquely Indian digital models that is driving innovation across sectors. The whole part about untethered enterprise and federated intelligence. I like these points among many of the things. And once again, Mahesh, pleasure having you on this show.
Great.
And hope we have many more such interactions.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time again.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mahesh. So, friends, I hope you are having a good time. I hope the insights are enriching. I hope you are seeing that our focus from a Mint perspective is always the business of technology, because that's exactly what we keep on emphasizing, that technology alone does not make any difference. They'll just end up as shiny new tools. And unless people look at return on investment, it won't make much sense, which is exactly what Jaideep Mehta said, which is exactly what Mahesh Makhija said, and all the other speakers over a period of time will be, reiterating in different formats. But now, as they say, the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. So we'll get on with the first panel of the day, which is all about AI, automation, and data analytics. Now, as we all know that I think all of us agree that AI holds a lot of promise when we talk about the digital transformation of companies. But a lot depends on the use of good data. So there's that whole concept of dirty data or the data that cannot be used, etc. So that's why we call it good data. Now, India's digital push could transform it into a data-rich economy, and AI, as NASSCOM underscores, will play a crucial role in realizing the government's vision to use this data to make India a $5 trillion economy by 2024-25. This panel will discuss how AI, automation, and data analytics can help businesses optimize their performance to drive growth and efficiency. Now, on this panel, we have representations from the B2B commerce space, telecom space, BFSI sectors, coupled with an AI and automation expert. So you can well expect a very insightful discussion on cutting edge technology. But of course, we at Mint, as always, talk about technology in the business context, seeking ROI. So without much ado, let me call the panelists of the day: Amod Malviya, co-founder Udan.com; Adarsh Nair, CEO of Airtel Digital and Chief Product Officer at Airtel; Deepak Sharma, CDO, Kotak Bank; Suresh San, who's the Head of Innovation at Mahindra Finance, Head of Innovation and Future Technologies at Mahindra Finance; Nitin Purwar, Industry Practice Director, APAC and EMEA regions at UiPath; and Jayant Kola, partner at the deep tech research and advisory firm Convergence Catalyst. So welcome, friends. I think, yes, I think all of us are here. Yes, we have. Yes, Suresh has joined us. I was just missing out on Suresh. So I'm glad we have everybody. I mean, if it's a physical event, you can call a person. Now it becomes a little difficult working out these briefs out here. But folks, thank you very much for making time. I know these are like tough times. We all have to, work out the busy schedules. So really appreciate you people taking out time from your busy schedules and coming over here. And I look forward to a very exciting discussion. Uh, Amod, I'd like to, start with you. We have interacted a lot at Flipkart. I mean, when you were the CTO out there, I know that you are deeply, embedded as far as AI, ML, data analytics is concerned, and you have brought a lot of those things. I think you call yourself engineer at Udan, along with being the co-founder also. So I always find that a very interesting kind of stuff. But of course, now you have started focusing a lot on business. So could you just, tell us how exactly at Udan you're using all these technologies? We are talking about these so-called what people call shiny new tools, but they're not really shiny new tools because you are showing us that you can easily become a unicorn with one of them. So please, in a couple of minutes or so, I know it's a little unfair to say in a couple of minutes. So just try to tell us as to what you're doing.
Sure. Good to be here, Leslie. Always good to talk to you. So I think at Udan, from the very beginning, we've thought about data in a very central fashion. I think I'm assuming you're able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. A big reason is that the problem that we set out to solve, which is the B2B commerce problem, is fundamentally a problem of fragmentation all over India. That commerce is fragmented over, just a lot of different players, a lot of very SME orientation, which means that the number of players in the landscape is too many, and the practices and everything is just nothing is standardized per se. When you're operating in such a market, by definition, you need to approach in a very data-first fashion, and pretty much every tool that and technology that you can use in order to make sense of all of that, in order to produce genuine, great insights that allow these businesses to conduct their business with the same efficiency of a centralized, large B2C player. You can't do that without investments in these technologies. So I'm hoping we'll get a lot more to talk about, but the landscape from the way people find products, the way people do their transactions, the way we do our supply chain management around all of that, everything requires data and intelligence. So good forum for us to be talking about it.
So can you give us quickly a couple of examples that will, give us an idea of how you are actually using it? Because I know that you use it across the fulfillment centers. You have actually energized a lot of the SMEs over the period with all the technologies.
Right. So let me give a bit more what can be referred to as a conventional example and a bit unconventional. Conventional would be, as an e-commerce player, obviously we put in a lot of database intelligence in product discovery. So, as you can imagine, every retailer has their own notion of what's relevant for them. What is the quality to price ratio that actually works for them. It's different for different players. So the way they get to find products amongst millions of products is something that we use data and intelligence to really narrow it down and profile it, personalize it for them. That's a bit more in e-commerce landscape. That's almost a necessity, which is why I'm calling it conventional, but by no means trivial. The other example would be in supply chain. The way our last mile routing is done, the way our, so you have these field executives who go on a field run. The way that run is scheduled, in what order you need to go, in what order you need to pack your vehicle so that the efficiency can be maximized. You can have the maximum number of drop points per run. That's another area which we have actually both invested in and reaped good rewards from that investment.
Okay, I think Adarsh was finding it a little difficult to hear me. Adarsh, can you hear me?
It's still breaking a bit, Leslie. Not sure why.
Okay, I'm not sure why. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Hopefully, the backend team is hearing me and trying to rectify that as we speak. But others, coming to you, Amor, thanks. I mean, I like the insights, and basically, as you were talking about the discovery of products, personalization, and across the supply chain stuff. Now, if we move to the telecom sector, if you look at others, I think Airtel has a very large team of data scientists. And of course, you use AI/ML for deploying networks in the remotest parts of the country. You use it to transform the customer experience. But let's hear it from you, rather, in a couple of minutes. If you can just give our audience a clear idea of, how imperative is AI automation, data analytics for a telco.
Leslie, I think the question you asked is how important is AI and ML for Airtel, and what are some of the areas we invest? If that's right, I'm going to pick up that
Yeah.
question. Because
Yes.
I couldn't quite hear your entire talk track. Is that okay? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, the story at Airtel is about 4 years ago, we started investing in a core DMP, a data management platform inside Airtel, with the vision that we imagined a future where a lot of our processes, whether it be customer experience or acquisition or deploying networks, they would all be influenced by that data set. And truth be told, if you look at Airtel today, very quietly, many parts of Airtel is deeply invested in data and data products. So I'll give you a few examples that spans the whole company, so you get a sense of how critical data is for today and the future of Airtel. One example is the one that you talked about, network. As you can imagine, India is a country where the ARPU for a telecom subscriber is one of the lowest. Yet we have 1 billion people. So this is a true problem where technology needs to come in to solve. And take the example of deploying a network towers. Thousands of towers are deployed every month to get coverage for the 1 billion people inside the country. We used to earlier do it using people surveys, people on the ground doing estimations, figuring out where there's density. Then you put the tower. It took us weeks to roll out towers in that format, and that meant just longer time for customers to wait before they get their service. Today, the methodology of setting up towers is entirely powered by data analytics, AI, and ML. And I use each word with a lot of respect because I don't think everything needs a machine learning algorithm. But we start with simple data, you perfect the process, then you build the model, then you scale it. How do we do that for networks? We use maps of India, use computer vision technologies from the top, identify various objects on the map. Things like what is a farmland and what is not, what the forest was a farmland. Identify buildings. All these are mapped using visual computing. Using this data, we then kind of zone in on where we think the ideal tower should be in terms of density mapping, in terms of coverage. And we use this as a signal that initially goes to a human team so that they can actually verify and deploy. And as we perfect the model per region, we then start using a completely automated AI model to go deploy the towers. And this is drove tremendous efficiencies in the budgets that the network team uses today to deploy. And we're talking about 20,000 crore size budgets to actually go deploy networks. So this is one area where we've invested. Now let me give you a couple of other examples that the diversity is clear. Take customer experience, for example. When I first took over the customer experience function at Airtel, we have about 17, 18,000 agents serving our customers. And in order to service these agents, we used to have hundreds of people listening to calls with the spirit of improving agent quality. So today, if you look at Airtel, probably that number of agents is halved. And that is a technology feat in itself through automation. But the story I want to tell is about the hundreds of people who used to listen to calls. It was never enough. We used to sample calls. We used to get a sense of the problems. We used to give feedback manually to the managers of these agents to improve the agent quality. Today, the entire process is automated. There is a speech recognition engine that actually analyzes every call, understands sentiment patterns. For example, is the agent getting angry? Or is the agent pausing too long? All this information on a per agent level is now sent back to the managers, which means the quality of identifying the problem and the quality of training both have improved, allowing now our agents to serve more customers more efficiently and better. That's the second example. The third is a fun one. Take Wink, our music app, for example. Today, if you're a user of Wink, you will see ML-based basis inside the Wink app. And there's a fun story behind it. We initially tried to use structured data to go understand mood patterns and such, and we quickly realized a lot of the data that comes from our partners is just not organized well enough and sometimes incorrect. So we took a different approach. We started analyzing the spectrogram or the waveform of the music. And using the waveform, we now have a catalog of all music based on waveforms and spectrograms. Using that, we analyze how similar moods could look like. And then we bring that music together into a mix and we present that to consumers. So all these are different ways by which at Airtel we are using data to actually make the customer experience better, to make ourselves more efficient in serving our customers. So hopefully that gives you a sense of what we do.
Yeah, Adarsh, thanks. I mean, it's. I was just thinking, winking with music. It was a kind of a good example. So I think all of us should try it at some point in time. It would sort of, lighten the mood on a heavy subject like this. Deepak, you also have a lot of these fun examples. I mean, right from speaking about, I think there's some disturbance. I think so. Not too sure what it is all about. There's some disturbance in the back end. I'm not too sure what it is. So, yeah, I think it's. Yeah. So, Deepak, coming back to you, Kotak Bank has, if I remember earlier conversations, you used to talk about AI-driven chatbots. I know that you have got a chatbot called Kia. You have AI engines called Trinity. You have been doing a lot of work with blockchain, etc. You also have deployed a do-it-yourself digital repayment platform and many other such initiatives as far as the use of data analytics and AI and automation is concerned. So let's hear a little about from you, a couple of minutes with a couple of examples.
Yeah, I think, Leslie, yeah, that was quite a few years back when we started that. But like any journey, a lot of those early initiatives have matured now and matured to scale more so during COVID times when traditional service channels like contact center could not really be up to that efficiency in the first wave of pandemic. And I think that's where we realized that learning from the human interactions over a period of time, how do we convert that into digital experience? So while in the phase one, the conversational bots and the channels were operating independent of the assisted channels, but I think we learned over a period of time a lot of complex conversation and nuances is not something that these channels were attuned to. So while it started with FAQs, more of straight through processing, but customers needed answer to far more complex queries. And that's where we started as the pandemic had set in last March, April. From almost 80,000 skills that our conversational AI engine had, within a month, we almost scaled it up to 200,000. And that happened largely because a lot of our employees, those who couldn't turn up to office, we asked them to start training what they know. And that's how we could crowdsource internally a lot of conversational insights from human into machine. And that helped us manage that wave. And then obviously we continue to integrate that into assisted channels. So you know that for a customer, it's a seamless experience, even though you are not able to solve it. And today, as we speak, I think we serve at about 95% accuracy. So, which I believe is among the best in class, what we benchmark within financial service space. But I think that the use cases have moved beyond, and that's where I see a lot now. What we are doing is largely on credit and underwriting, because that is especially as we have moved to now flow-based lending and a small ticket loans. You just cannot keep the manual underwriting process and the way traditionally we used to do the credit. And there is enough and more now of data of kind of declines, delinquencies, the patterns, how we have seen moratorium impacting the repayment capacity of different customers, because we had a loan moratorium in between during pandemic. So even mining some of the industrial data to say which sector uh, is a good moratorium versus where a moratorium can lead to just deferring the delinquencies at a later date. So a decision not just for the first time credit underwriting, but even for loan monitoring uh, or renewal uh, collections. I think we took the whole asset side onto this ML models, where depending on customer, industry, profile, geography, impact of lockdown and pandemic on the kind of businesses, we could do a more granular prediction model to say that what does it look like. And I think that became a big ROI for us. We also started to use a lot of now ML algos into the fraud and the digital transaction monitoring, because the other big shift happened in last 12 to 18 months was a lot of first time users started to use mobile. They started to pay digitally, but they were not really aware of how to take care of their pins, security if they are accessing this bank account from somewhere else, and thereby the kind of issues that you typically see in terms of the fraud and the risk that is there in terms of the real time monitoring of authentication or a decline of a transaction or asking customer to go through a step up mode. A lot of those, as we mine data, we could take this onto a real time transaction and authentication management. And the last of that, what was where we started to apply that again at scale now, is a lot of physical processes, paper and journeys, which pre-COVID was okay because a lot of stuff used to be hybrid. Some part of it was paper, and there was some part of the journeys were in the branches. We realized that that's not good enough anymore because it has to be end-to-end. Things have to move digitally, but you still had paper at source. It can be a PDF file through a bank statement or a loan statement, or probably a letter of bank guarantee. So we started to put a lot of those through the cognitive OCR, where handwriting recognition, pattern recognition, reading of the check and the physical instruments, we could convert it into the algos at the back end so that it became a lot more easier for us to process paper at the front, but everything else be done digitally. And that helped us beat on the legal side, risk side, or operations to automate a lot of these processes, which are now real time.
Yeah, I think you brought up some very valid points on the automation of process, how the progression of the technologies have concerned, even when we are speaking about AI, say a few years back, and now what has happened. But I also understand that Kia as a voice bot itself has progressed so much. I think it even understands context and slangs much better than it did some time back, because we had a lot of problems around that initially, like the Tay bot, etc. So the racial slurs and all that
So
stuff.
we started from English to English, and now we have gone to regional languages. And I think the real fun in India, which you don't get a template from other countries, is about the multilingual,
Yes.
expression, gesture, context. Uh, Not an easy problem to solve, but I think a very
No,
interesting area to
we'll,
get it.
we'll come to that in a bit. So, Suresh, this is the BFSI sector. Your own designation, I love it, Head of Innovation and Future of Technologies. Actually, it says it all from a point of view of AI, ML, and all that kind of stuff. And you're in the BFSI sector. Deepak spoke about the banking part of it. You can tell us a little about Mind the Finance and the kind of innovation that you're doing in this area.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity with you all today. It's a great insight, and the topic is relevant. And the expectation set is what it's very clear to find out the kind of e-commerce, especially when it comes in India. E-business is less to do with electronics, more to do with emotions. So when you state this in technology, if you state that as part of the technology, it's a feature. If an end user finds out, it's a bug. So that's the way it's framed, and that's the way it started. And trying to utilize as much as part of the artificial intelligence to try to build. When you try to replace something in rural India, you have to address something else very specific in terms of adhering to the connectivity, electricity, and the resource availability in the last mile, were similar, like to keep the technology simple and trying to access as much as traditional and trying to utilize the emerging data. If you try to strengthen and try to utilize the tools for us in rural, what happens, you try to get as much as more on the cooked data rather than the real information which try to create, as much as scrub the data to build quality in terms of trying to create existing policy, process, procedures, and ensure the regulators to shape the data using the flexible manipulation techniques. That's where the reality comes part of the artificial intelligence when you try to do it, and why it is required. That's what the real the digital transformation is. You can see a very big shift from corporate digital towards a customer digital, where every individual customer is treated as corporate, and the technology and other solution services revolves to ensure the services which is more focusing on the customer. So when you try to defend as much as to go close to the customer, you have to use something of a trusted data and a proven analytics. That's where the model of generating and consuming that information has changed from just evolving to create a model of just giving a fee based income or a information which is required for to get a loan. Now it is creating something called to get an engagement with the customer. That's nothing but it's more to do with an earn to pay model. Make them to earn so that they can pay for us. That's the way. It is very simple, but that's the purpose of information. That's the purpose of artificial intelligence which try to create. And as Deepak has already pointed out, to say like it's specific to rural, you have to be more specific in terms of how the demography works and how the disparity and the developments which happens part of the specific in terms of the emerging needs and the current need. So when you're trying to use as much as part of the emerging needs, you try to create that kind of situations which is part of the available energy resource, which empowers the digitalization to use the kind of information which creates an earn to pay model, which we call it as a community cloud. When we try to use it, the real artificial intelligence which success from the financial is to create and avoid the financial pressures, try to create as much as to ensure the competitive pressures and ensure the environmental pressures, which gives as much as internal and external pressures got handled using the information to deliver new products, new services at the lower cost and a higher quality. So when you're trying to defend that artificial intelligence creating similar things, as corporate we try to create as much as technological advancements part of the service domain, which connects with the kind of change of regulators and legislation part of the technology domain, where the real innovation helps us to go closer towards the financial domain, helps us the dynamics in the market, and creates an organizational domain which ensures the customer value. So if you want to have an enabling and smart enterprise, if you are trying to get something else closer to them, let us have something to go close to the
In,
customer,
we are,
get engaged with them, which creates part of the digital. Back to you, Mr. Leslie.
yeah. Can you hear us, Suresh?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Hello, can you?
Hello, I'm able to hear you.
Hello.
Leslie, we
Hello.
can hear you actually. We can hear both of you.
Guys, I can't hear. I can't hear anything. It's broken, the link.
So Deepak, you
Hello.
are able to hear me, no? Deepak and other
I
Let,
people,
can't
you are
hear
able.
anything.
We
Leslie,
can
we
hear
can
you,
hear you.
Suresh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I
Leslie, we can
think
hear you as well.
something is wrong at Leslie's end. I presume.
My apologies. I'm so sorry about this. We just lost the connection. I mean, anyway. Sorry, I was actually we were talking to Suresh, and then Nitin. Let's get on to you. You have been patiently listening to the users, and typically I start with the users. Now, when we talk about automation, I know UiPath is typically connected with a lot of RPA part of it. But I know that you do a lot as far as you cannot sort of talk of about automation without talking about AI. So you have been listening patiently to all the users out here and also bearing with the kind of technical flaw that I was doing. So my apologies once again to all the participants. So please tell us when you meet your clients, a lot of talk around AI and ML today is actually many companies are using just mere statistics and talking it and sort of portraying it as AI. The users out here, I see like Amos's company, I would dare say, is an AI native to a very great extent. All the other companies in the BFSI sector, whether it's Kotak Bank, whether it's Mahindra Finance, and whether it is Airtel, all are like very big adopters of AI and ML. So how do you see this entire space?
Right. So thank you, Leslie, and I'm really glad to kind of hear each of these stories. I think most of the people sitting over here are leading the AI initiatives across the region. I mean, I would like to take a step back, right? I think just to start with from where we have evolved, right, when it comes to automation. So if you ask the same questions 3 4 5 years back, I think we were talking more about automating back office processes or rule based processes. I think since then, I think we have evolved quite a lot. Now we see that we already heard Mr. Adarsh spoke about contact center automation. Mr. Deepak spoke about automation across the different landing channels. I think we have evolved from pure play back office rule based automation to a lot of cognitive automations, and we have actually increase the overall scope or coverage of automation, right, to front office, middle office. Now, there are two key reasons why this has happened, right? So one is, I think we have realized the importance of data, and I think organizations like Kotak and Airtel and I think Udan, they are using data really well today, right? So that's one. Second, I think one of the biggest reasons is convergence of different technologies today, right? So today, if I'm talking about automation, I think it obviously includes a lot of machine learning models, but also it includes a combination of RPA with machine learning, a lot of intelligent document processing, API-based automations, right? So I think all these pieces of technologies have actually matured quite a lot in last few years, and which is where we have started to see a larger impact, right? So today, I'll give you a few examples from the areas which I hear from my customers, and I think some of those were already mentioned. I think customer experience has been one of the biggest areas. And I think the only addition I want to do is today now when I talk to customers, when we look at customer experience, it is across channels. I think Mr. Adarsh gave a very good example of how you want to measure customer experiences, your employee experience across the contact center. We have done a lot of contact center automations where we are trying to say, hey, look, how can I improve overall customer experience by reducing the overall time it takes to address a customer request. Similarly, I think especially in this COVID time, we saw that the virtual channels actually started being used a lot, like email. So today, the amount of emails which organizations are receiving has increased multifold. So today we are talking about smart email automation. So I think it's more about omni-channel, presence, or how you are able to manage all of the different channels better if you have to provide a better customer experience, right, whether it is branches or contact centers or emails or any other virtual channel. So I think that has been one of the biggest areas. Second area, and I think Mr. Deepak mentioned this a little bit, is especially lending and mortgage as an area. Now obviously there are things like how can I reduce the overall time to close a lending journey, right? But essentially, and again, due to COVID, we found a lot of use of prediction capabilities, right? How can you predict? How can you apply your ML models to your data and predict better those customers who are going to default, right? So how do you handle all those kind of scenarios upfront so that you are able to mitigate your losses upfront, right? So that's second. And the third thing, and I think this was also touched a little bit about, how do you handle structured and unstructured data? So today, as we speak, I think organizations, banking and telcos are still, document heavy organizations, right? And we do receive a lot of structured application document, but then we do also receive a lot of unstructured data sources, right? Like different types of KYC documents or different types of trade documents. So then how do I handle all of that data together? And then more importantly, how do I handle that data across my journey? So then how do I bring all these technologies together, intelligent document processing, RPA, and
So
some of the machine learning capabilities?
Nitin, you have already jumped into my second part of the conversation. So just hold a bit, because we're going to talk about the challenges in a bit. But before that, I'd like to come to Jayant. Jayant, I know I generally keep you for the last because, I mean, it's fair. I mean, all the users have to speak first, the vendors, yes. And I always tell you that we analysts, we can listen to everybody and then give, talk about.
After all these years, I've gotten used to it, Leslie. I'll be surprised
Absolutely.
if you're not keeping me last. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wish others had something for me where I could predict a network outage at my end. So I wish that AI/ML part would have come here also. Yes, please, Jen.
Sorry, you have a specific question for me?
Yeah, the specific question is, you have heard all the users. Now, it's certainly, as I said, some clearly fall in the AI native kind of basket. Certain guys are AI adopters, and clearly there are the AI laggards. So when you're seeing the kind of use cases, do you have kind of some data points that we could, understand the space on how AI automation and data analytics is being used? Let's not step into the challenges part of it.
Yeah. So when you're talking about AI natives and AI migrants, in terms of, we are essentially talking about AI maturity and adoption when it comes to companies and organizations, right? So, globally, basis AI maturity, companies can be, segregated or segmented into 4 different types, right? Beginners, implementers, advancers, and leaders. Okay, and the global, bifurcation is that about 20% of the companies are still in the beginning stage, 32% of the companies are implementers, 33% of them are advancers, and 15% of companies are leaders. And everything right from investments to the data, the quality of data being used, the AI use cases, applications, and ROI, differs for each of these segments of companies. Now, we've heard everyone on the panel, talk about use cases, and they're very good from different sectors, right? I mean, be it a B2B marketplace like Udaan, or a big telco like Airtel, or a bank like what Deepak talked about. It's very interesting to to look at all the use cases and applications, and I won't go into any of them specifically, but what I would like to emphasize is that, except for Deepak and to some extent Nitin, not a lot of people are addressing the big elephant in the room when it comes to even the use cases and applications of AI, which is COVID and pandemic. Okay, in my mind, when I look at what 2020 and 2021 has done, it has actually changed the urgencies and the problem statements, for AI, automation, and data analytics, right? I mean, to give you some examples between across sectors, in healthcare, between April to October 2020, the Fortis, chain of hospitals, which has 19 hospitals across India, had a backlog of 60,000 surgeries. People could not take in surgeries, and as soon as they started in October, November, their HMIS software was not good enough to prioritize. I mean, it's a good data analytics problem to be solved. And everything else, I mean, look at how our lives have changed: online schooling, Zoom calls, remote working.
But let's focus a little on the enterprise. Let's focus a little on the enterprises part of it.
Fair enough. All I'm saying is, even on the enterprise part, The two big things that are coming up where AI and data analytics can solve, are in the areas of engagement and trust. Okay, can AI and data be used to build trust? I mean, when it comes to data and trust, we always talk about antitrust laws or data privacy, data security. But can data be used to build trust? These are the two big things that I, as an analyst and an industry observer, observed, coming up in the last couple of years.
Fair enough. So I think now we are more or less cornered basically on the customer experience part of it, and enhancing customer experience, enhancing personalization, and then building trust. Let's talk a bit on the challenges. I think Nitin already touched on it. So let's jump straight. Amod, you have been listening very patiently to all the speakers. Let's come back to you. What are the kind of challenges that you face? Because you have been mostly restricted to the e-commerce sector, but you surely understand the challenges everywhere. I guess it's more or less similar.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, Leslie, the challenges have been slightly more contained because we were coming off, from the benefit of having done some of these things at Flipkart. But I can share, based on my visibility into the industry, I think quality of data is one of the biggest sources, is one of the biggest challenges, which is one reason why I usually encourage companies to think about data governance as a very first-class concept. This is for all data that the company generates internally. Thinking about it has been a game changer for us. At Udaan, we end up taking data governance very, very seriously. And what that essentially translates into is that instead of having data as an artifact or a side effect of the business processes that gets looked way too late in the pipeline, right from the get-go, every product area that we end up investing in, the relevant people first-class concept even before that product has gone live. So that is what I mean by data governance. That makes sure that just like you've got your DevOps or production ops. Just like that, you've got data ops, ML ops, these sort of notion defined inside the organization that greatly simplifies things. Obviously, there would be organizations where either this does not exist or there are data sources. I remember, I think it was Adarsh who was calling out that the third-party data that actually comes into you. We've got some of those as well. Where you need to make sure that you are really sort of able to parse and understand that data, the semantics behind that data a lot more cleanly. It could be from social media, it could be from documents that are submitting. Just like in telco, B2B, requires us to make sure that we are validating people are uploading business-related documents, identification. We also use that for some fraud detection and abuse detection and stuff like that. And that's one of the biggest areas of very practical AI application that is relevant for almost every company out there, is what I feel. It's not going to be cost efficient or even viable for most companies to be doing all of that manually, because the volume of data is exploding exponentially. So the best way to deal with that is to have database algorithms, sort of improving the data for you. Obviously, there's some circular logic in there which needs to be protected and cautioned against, but that's the way that we end up doing it.
Thanks, Amod. I think we're running out of time more because from the network point of view. But very quickly, Adarsh, I think as far as structured data is there, I think most of it is clean data, but unstructured data would probably be a big problem out here.
No, actually, I want to oppose that statement. I don't think structured data always is clean. Going back to the question of governance, I'll give you a classic example, right? This is something that was a fun discovery for me. So when I first came into Airtel, and for customer experience, we need to know who you are when you call. So there's a simple construct of gender, male and female, and you would imagine for somebody like a telco, this should not be a hard problem. I mean, we've got all our customers, so we know who's male, who's female. But the problem is in that structured data, right? When somebody buys a SIM, the pattern in India is the male buys for the family. So now somebody's come, including me. I go and buy 4 SIMs. one goes to my wife, two goes to my children. Now, unfortunately, the structured data inside Airtel says I've got 4 mails in the system. Now, imagine like if we use that data to actually, push a product to that particular entity, I would be selling shaving cream to my wife because I would think that's a mail right there, right? So that is the problem with structured data. Structured data without observing the source, understanding the quality, still is a really messy problem. So we got to go fix that. Of course, parking that aside, then comes to unstructured data. A lot of different techniques to go understand how to capture unstructured data. Going back to our documents. Now we've got OCR, which actually kind of captures text from various documents that we get. We try to restrict it to certain fields. We haven't done a lot of work in the algorithms that goes into the fully unstructured land, but we still try to stick with certain fields. We try to capture that unstructured data. We try to interpret it. So there in the document area, we've got some work on unstructured. But for the telco, there's a lot of opportunity in the structured side. So I'm fortunate or unfortunately, we're working deeply on the structured side to really make sense of it all. I think we will get to unstructured probably in a couple of years. There's a lot of opportunity just in the structured side.
Great. Deepak, a few words quickly on what kind of caveats would, since you are in the BFSI sector, it's already a mature kind of area where the use of AI and ML and automation is pretty mature out there. But a couple of advice to younger companies that are just getting their feet wet in this area.
No, I think while everybody is getting data obsessed, it's important to see what is relevant and how it can be put to use. Because not all data, just because it's there, really makes sense to go after. Also, you see a lot of companies, they first start building the whole data capture infrastructure, like data warehouse, data lake, or now data lake house, without really thinking of the end outcome of what are you going to achieve from there. And I think the third I would say is while there is a lot of proprietary data, every institution like even we capture, but a lot of data sits outside our network. And that's where a lot of this unstructured data we talk about, like location data or your preference or some of the audio stuff. Do you really have consent to even capture those data or use that data? So I think right now probably that is not being seen as seriously, but over a period of time that will become core of the whole consent artifacts and how are you going to use it. So I think these are the 2 or 3 things I would watch out for.
Suresh, your couple of thoughts?
Yeah, it's again, this area is what real innovation happens, the demand part of the system which tries to connect and try to take it out. For example, good olden days, we used to identify good customer or a bad customer using a check return. Go through his bank statement, find a check return case, then we say he's a bad customer, good customer. Now that things have changed. We have to get into the social to find out whether somebody has commented about the company, somebody individual has done so many things, part of Facebook or LinkedIn or part of Twitter. That are the impacts which is coming added towards that kind of authenticity of that information. And again, the kind of community cloud, that's what we are emphasizing more, where that share and care is keeping more added towards the customer. That's what the real threat and real expectation set, part of the unstructured data, how we are going to utilize part of that particular purpose. Again, how it gains the purpose of that particular information, which caters a lot to the customer and to the company. So it's more focusing towards a kind of acceptance of information which is coming very highly part of the customer, and the kind of digital transformation relying on that information creates more authenticity. That's what the real challenge, and that's where rural India, we are expecting more like e-business, less to do with electronics, more to do with emotions, how to set that kind of omni channels which captures the information with authenticity. Back to you, Mr. Liz.
Great. Thanks, Suresh. Nitin, you have already spoken about the challenges in a quick minute or so. Can you just your final advice to companies as such when they're looking at AI and
Right. So I think very briefly, see, I think as a platform provider, there are 3 most important things for me. So one is how easy I can make it for my customer to handle data. It can come from any structured or unstructured source. So today we can work with structured documents. Today we can work with agreement, legal agreement, contracts, and today we can work with feedback from App Store or social media channels. So one is handling data. Second is, I think, managing or controlling that data, right? So we have to put, I think, Mr. Amod mentioned earlier, data governance. How do we make sure that your control over data is intact, and you are able to manage all that control across the data sitting across different data sources in organization. And third, I think, is traceability. I think that's the very, very important point, especially for regulated organization. How do you make sure that you are able to trace and map back your data to the right sources and produce it in front of your regulators so that you are not fined, right? So I think these are the three most important things to keep in mind when working with data.
Jayant, final words. You're on mute. Jayant, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, everybody's talking about the data and the quality of data, and it comes up to creating good AI models and accurate ones. But at a business and a company level, one of the big issues and the challenges that the companies still face is still the ROI measurement. Okay, companies still need to get that very clear, and the use case and application and the ROI, the right use case and the ROI measurement in place for AI adoption and automation and implementation. Okay, and then the second is that of skilled professionals. Okay, getting the right skilled professionals and training the existing workforce and the internal stakeholders on AI and data thinking, right? Because AI and data have the ability of not just changing the products and the solutions of the company, but the entire business models and and the stakeholder ecosystem as well, the value chains, both internally and externally itself. So that requires a huge change management and training and upskilling for existing employees, and getting the right set of employees from the outside, and of course the quality of data itself when it comes to algos.
So, friends, I think over the last 45 minutes, we have been listening. And I think the take homes are very clear that it's not only about data. Of course, data is being used, data analytics is being used both from structured, unstructured data, but it's the quality of data that actually matters and how you put it to business use. And of course, as others also have pointed out, it's a data governance, it's traceability, and many other such factors, which of course other speakers also will be speaking about it. And I wish with all this AI ML, as I said earlier, also people like Adarsh and all would also treat us also where I could predict bandwidth failures during these kind of events till we get back to the physical events. So once again, all of you, thank you so much for your time, and a real pleasure having you on this event, and hope to see you all soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. Have a nice time.
Yeah, wish you. So, friends, we've had a very interesting conversation on AI, automation, and data analytics. And now we get back to a slightly different subject. Not I mean, it's a very connected subject, but a more exciting one. And you'll ask, what's more exciting than AI? Of course, we're going to talk about robotics, where we have with us Umakant Soni, who's the co-founder and CEO of AI and Robotics Technology Park, Art Park. And he's also the co-founder of AI Foundry, and he's going to speak about how India can dominate in an in AI-driven experience economy. So I'd like to invite on screen Umakant Soni.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Umakant. Welcome, and the screen is all
Hi.
yours.
Hi, thanks a lot for inviting me here on this fantastic afternoon. It's great to be here, and we are talking about digital innovation. And the thing that is actually happening at this point of time, which is capturing everybody's attention, is how AI and robotics is changing not just companies, but it could be potentially changing a much larger ecosystem. Say the countries as well. I mean, if you think about it, a country is like an enterprise, but a more cooperative, based on more cooperative models, in the sense that everybody pays taxes, and we all basically enjoy the fruits of it. So fundamentally, I also wanted to actually talk about a deeper perspective, which is about what's the larger economic shift that's actually going to happen with AI and robotics, and how we can actually take advantage of that. So just bear with me. I'm trying to share my screen. There are some slides that I wanted to quickly run. So very quick perspective. I'm Umakant Soni. I'm CEO of Art Park. AI and Robotics Technology Park, set up with the help of Department of Science and Technology and Government of Karnataka, with a grant to the tune of 230 crores. And we are essentially looking at how do we actually help India not just play but dominate in AI-driven experience economy. And it's very interesting to see the background of this. Post-COVID rise of digital is very difficult to avoid. So you can see the change in the stock that has actually happened, and it was evident even before that. In fact, top 5 digital stocks are garnering close to $8 trillion in market cap, which is unprecedented. So what is it? It's actually signaling. It's a very fundamental perspective that we need to actually think about. It's signaling a rise of this era of hyper innovation. So stocks actually give a perspective into future, where AI, robotics, and 5G coming together will usher in this period of what we call as experience economy. And I'll quickly take a moment to talk to you about. I mean, all of you might have seen this picture on the right hand side, which is of Alexa, and what it allows us to do. It allows us to actually, uh, uh, you know, uh, listen to any song that we like to listen to. You can shop on it with a very personalized way. You could be even making payments soon enough on that, and tons of things. So what in sense is that it is giving you a experience of actually having a personal assistant, which is pretty much physical. And it is very a fundamental notion of this so-called experience economy that we are going to actually witness. And the important part of this experience economy is going to be what we call as the digital in, intelligent experience, which is also going to be, in some sense, intangible, and it will constitute the 90% of the value chain. And this is very interesting because, in some sense, we are leapfrogging, or we are going to leapfrog into this experience economy, which would be formed by not only connected people, but also connecting the connected people with the things which are connected and also intelligent, which could be 50 billion in numbers. So, in a sense, this experience economy is going to encompass almost 5 billion people working together with 50 billion things. And it's a massive opportunity. It is massive opportunity at an enterprise scale. It is also massive opportunity at a fundamental country level as well. And we thought that I'll share a few perspectives as to what is it that we can do, as an Indian to actually exploit this advantage, because we're going to actually have this hyper innovation where technology innovation and business model innovation is happening together, and it will be meeting the demographic advantage that India possesses. And this could result in something very, very interesting. But however, to enable that to happen, there are 3 fundamental issues, the larger things that we need to solve, and that we have to solve as a nation. One is connecting the unconnected. 40% of India, especially the villages, doesn't even have all-weather roads. So we have no choice but to probably connect them digitally, or maybe connect them through skies. And that's where it's an interesting opportunity that we see that with the drone sector opening up, it could be a fantastic opportunity. Second one is, which is a big opportunity, is that COVID has taught us that we need to think about a universal healthcare for everyone. And this cannot be possible with the current model. We need to leapfrog with AI and robotics to usher what we call as universal intelligent healthcare. We also need to fundamentally unlock the experience economy with massive leapfrog innovations in education, financial inclusion, and they're not going to come through the usual ways. We need to think beyond the usual, and it could be possible that we're talking about experiential education. We are talking about flipped classrooms. We are talking about financial inclusions, maybe by leveraging digital currencies. We don't know, how it's actually going to span out, but we need to think about, these perspectives in a 10-year horizon in a moonshot way. So it's kind of interesting that when JFK announced the moonshot, they did not land on the moon in just one go. They actually broke it down into multiple expeditions. And this is something that we could learn, where we could be actually thinking about, whether it is a company or a nation, what can we achieve in 1 year? What could we achieve in 3 years? What could we achieve in 5 years? Leading up to that moonshot. And it could be precisely the moonshot within a company, maybe that, if you're a hospital provider, maybe the future is providing healthcare without having any physical hospitals. So the moonshot could be very, very different, but it could actually, spur you to think about innovation in a completely new way. In fact, we have as a societal skill moonshot delivered by Aadhaar. And I remember when the first time actually was in that meeting where Mr. Nandan Likani was presenting the Aadhaar concept. I was blown away. I mean, biometric. This is I'm talking about 2009, and it was such a pipe dream to say, and to say that it will be enabled for the entire population of India was even more ridiculous. But think today, where are we? PDS, Manrega, LPG, fertilizer subsidy, all of that is actually using Aadhaar in the background, and and this is something that is very, very tangible. I mean, and that is where we all need to actually take a step back and understand that if you look at the history of India, uh, by 1500 CE, Hampi, Vijayanagar, was the world's second largest city and India's richest at that point of time. In fact, for a continuous duration of almost 1700 years, from year 1 AD to 1700, India was the topmost economy, constituting 35 to 40% of the world GDP. So if you think about this massive opportunity which is in front of us in form of the experience economy, and how can we transcend that leap from knowledge economy to experience economy by unleashing a new era of innovation is something that I would like to leave you with. Uh, we are doing this massive thinking at a national level. We're calling it the Moonshot Summit for India on 2nd of October. Please feel free to join us. The critical challenge in front of all of us is that in today's time, it's not just that we are moving, but the whole world is moving. If we really need to innovate and shine, it's no longer enough for us to be in the race. We would have to probably fly and leapfrog. With that, I would actually thank you, Mint, for giving me this opportunity to share this perspective on how we can actually think about this upcoming experience economy. We talk a lot about the technology, but we don't talk about the impact of it, which is where I think we all, as a country and also as a company, should be directed towards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Makant. Those insights were really good, and we also wish you all the best, because I know that you're doing some stellar work out there, and of course, it's kind of a symbiotic relationship that all of us have. So, wish you all the best, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. It's a pleasure, being here. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
So, friends, we'll now move on to the next session, which is on the Internet of Things. Now, as we all know, the Internet of Things has both the consumer side and the industrial Internet of Things. And when we speak about industrial Internet of Things, we also talk about 5G, we talk about smart cities, we talk about everything, Internet of everything, basically. Our focus is going to be more on the enterprises part of it, a little bit on the smart cities, a little bit on the confluence of all the technologies like AI, ML with in the Internet of Things. And of course, how does 5G fit into this entire thing? What are the kind of problems that we faced? What are the kind of opportunities, and what is the way forward? For that, I would now like to call on screen Ritesh Arora, this Chief Digital Officer at Seat Limited. Arvind Tiwari, a technopreneur, the chair IoT Forum of the Indus Entrepreneurs. Suresh Kumar KK, who is the VP India Open Data Exchange and Data Spaces at the Indian Institute of Science. And V. Srinivasa Rao, who is better known as VSR, the chairman and MD of BT and BT. I see that all of them have managed to join out here. So welcome, folks. Let's get on with how to make things smarter. So, friends, as we see from the profiles of all the speakers, we will be talking both about the power of IoT in enterprises and cities. And the rationale is very simple. There's endless amounts of data, as we have seen from the earlier panel also, but here in this particular case, available from sensors in real time today, whether from machines, from objects, from customers or suppliers. Now, this has given rise to new possibilities, not only in manufacturing, but also in logistics, developments, and the services industry. Now, that said, IoT projects also need to prove the ROI part of it, the return on investment. So, in this context, we'll be talking broadly about the opportunities, the challenges, and the way forwards. Let's start with you, Ritesh. Uh, we have had this conversation earlier too. Basically, let's talk specifically about CEAT as a company. You are the chief digital officer. IoT is just one of the technologies that you're using, of course, with a confluence of AI and ML. It's not, we never strictly have a conversation just on IoT. So, can you give our audience, use a couple of minutes just to give us a perspective of what you're doing at CEAT with these technologies?
Yeah, so it's IoT, AI. All these are journeys. These are never-ending journeys. You keep building on top of these. So in that sense, we are also on that journey. Like many other enterprises, we are also trying to leverage these technologies. So we all have been hearing 50 billion devices, connected devices, and all. So essentially, from a manufacturing perspective, and since you said that to give some background on what's happening on CEAT, from that perspective, things for us are tires and the machines that manufacture the tires, and we are working on connecting both of these. And it's very interesting the kind of use cases or the kind of business objectives these lend to. For example, if I talk about smart products, right? So we are putting sensor inside the tire, right? And traditionally, and in many of your cars, you would have seen temperature and pressure readings. So now we are going few steps ahead, and we are saying that we should be able to predict failures. We should be able to say when the wheel alignment is due. All these alerts will be delivered on mobile to the customer. And another interesting thing, use case is that if you think of fleets, the commercial fleets, you can change the entire business model. You can make it, per kilometer basis, cost per kilometer model. So there are a lot of interesting possibilities in disrupting the industry. And another interesting thing about this is that smart product, and I'll come to the plants, smart product, you can still innovate in isolation without disrupting your existing business. Still you are innovating. Once of course you launch, then you have to maintain that balance. There are conflicts which need to be managed. uh, and whereas the plant is concerned, the challenge, the objectives are very different. Here you are trying to get more customers, change the revenue model, make more revenue, whereas in plant it's about cutting costs drastically, be it through scrap reduction or through energy, power, etc., cost of poor quality, and making better quality products with a much higher productivity. So you are making better quality products at a lower cost. So the cost is a big objective here. And it is very different from smart product in that sense, because the implementation that you are going to do, you are going to do in a running plant, and that too in a process manufacturing plant like ours, or any process manufacturing plant. It's quite disruptive when you have to do it very, very carefully so that you don't interrupt the production that is going on. So yeah, so that was my 2 minutes on what we are doing, why we are doing, and what are the challenges in brief.
You said a lot. You said a lot in those 2 minutes, and it was amazing what you do. And I know that many of them were understatement, because I know the kind of work that you're doing with the smart tires. And of course, the question is, what happens if these are smart tires? What happens to the other products? Do we call them not so smart products? So, of course, so it's always that kind of balance that one has to strike. Suresh, in your case, you have been on both sides of the fence. You have dealt with companies. You were at Bosch Engineering, you were with Intel Labs, you were with Sasken Communications. Now you're with the IUDX, the open source cloud based platform of IISc, and this is the India government smart city mission. So you have seen the smart products space, and now you're making cities smarter. Where do you see this whole we want to understand the IoT connection out here. And as you when we were having this discussion earlier, I think you, even the Ritesh and all the other speakers also clearly say that, today when we cannot talk about IoT in just in isolation.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Leslie. Thanks for having me here. So if you look at Ritesh actually touched upon a very pertinent point, and you were asking actually, what is the IoT connection in industry? So it's actually had gone up to the vehicle tire. Okay, so I think it cannot go beyond that. So from a city point of view, if you look at 2015, India started 100 smart city program. And at that time, if you look at the situation in this country, we had only few video cameras connected in cities, which is basically doing surveillance over whatever available fiber. And then, the smart city program was looking at traffic management, transport, when is my bus coming, air quality monitoring, solid waste management, which we were water management, these kind of things. And the only way was basically to do it with IoT. If IoT was not there, I would say it would have not been possible. I think we have discussed this before also in some of our other summits, where we can call it a smart city 1.0 or smart city phase 1, where this is predominantly digitization of manual operations. For example, we are cutting a traffic challan for a traffic violation. Means somebody need to catch him, stop the vehicle, and pull out the key, and then issue a ticket. And other than that, you put a camera and do a character recognition, pick up the number plate, and then see in what seconds, how many seconds you have violated, and then give a ticket according to that. So this is basically converting manual to digital. And that phase was really hard. Means predominantly it is capital intensive deployment of sensors. And at that time, we were actually, when we started, most of the devices were actually GPRS. And 4G was just evolving. So now 4G has come, and then we are actually moving towards 5G. So with cellular connectivity, take the data to the nearest fiber point, and from there basically you can get onto the data center on the internet. So the sensors convert the physical reality of a number plate or a solid waste waiting or a where is my truck or where is my bus into a digital scenario. And then now we have huge amount of data, and that is the phase 1. And we keep many times we keep complaining, saying that 2015 it took 4 years, 5 years, cities are still coping up with it. Yes, it takes tremendous amount of effort to deploy it. And I would say that we were actually not sure how we are going to do that. But I would say that against all the odds, most of the cities have done extremely well. And thanks to all the companies, Bosch, Siemens, Hitachi, HP, you name it, everybody was L&T, Tata Projects, everybody was there in the game. And now the good thing is many cities, around 20 to 30 cities, actually generating good amount of data. And that is the time actually we were looking at. Now the data is available. And we keep hearing, data is the new oil, and data is gold. So what is our behavior? If something is so precious, do not share it to anybody, hold on to our chest, right? So this was one of the problems. And good that, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which is the Smart City Ministry, recognized it. And we started it. It's actually a project of creating a data exchange. Means you can bring all the data sets, not only smart city data, healthcare data, everything into the platform, and now you can share it out from there. And means the the power of the solution, the phase 2, which is actually AI ML driven phase 2. We don't need new sensors, we don't need new cameras. The available data itself is so powerful. You combine it. For example, you take the solid waste data, combine with the traffic data, combine with the transport data, and then optimize the whole solid waste management. So this is predominantly AI ML driven, and this is what we call it as phase 2. And once we have the data exchange and we are ready to share the data to the data consumers, again back to the same L&T, data projects, Hitachi, so they can combine them and create killer applications. For example, if you do an optimization of solid waste management, means when the truck should go, how many he should pick up, even though 100 is allocated to you, you pick up only 30 because you are already full now. That itself will get you around 20 to 30% efficiency. So from a solid waste management budget of around 100 crore for a city, 30 crore is a huge, and we are not talking about new sensors. We are talking about data analytics based solution, which may couple of crores may be needed for that, and rest is all money generated out of that. So this is how phase 1 has done the base work of digitization, and phase 2 is really going to explode with the killer applications.
Great. Thanks, Suresh. I think what is important that we are already bringing out the clear relationship between IoT, data, AI, ML, and then 5G. Which is why I'm going to keep Arvind for the last, because he has promised to speak on the connection between 5G. So let's move to VSR. VSR, this is shorter, so I hope you don't. Yeah. So. Now, you have been speaking to a lot of plans. You've been speaking to a lot of going. In this particular context of IoT, what are companies asking you? What are the kind of opportunities that you see there?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, if you look at in the past, most of the times we were asked to automate the processes to reduce the human interventions and all. But today, it is very, very complex, and the whole anatomy of the business is getting impacted. I think you rightly said the confluence or fusion of technologies. It's not just 3, 4. I put it on one slide. It's 20 technologies or more have been impacting, and the board of directors, the CXOs, CEOs are worried now, because it's not just only impacting the process automations. Like if you know, the car has almost 1 million lines of code. A pacemaker has 80,000 lines of code. So you can give now the life to any non-living thing or a thing. Okay, that means what? Your products are getting digitalized. They are asking what sort of new features needs to be added in my product. I think one of our colleagues said the SEAT, they are adding sensors to the tire, right? Like that, giving life, that means they're able to sense, they're able to think, they're able to communicate. It is a car or a machine or equipment or asset, whatever. That's one. The second important thing is they're talking about how do you really bring digital innovations in our services. That means the omnipresent, anywhere, anytime, using any device. Can I offer my healthcare services? Can I offer for my banking services? It could be a wearable device, then I can get my accounting information. It could be a telehealth, so that in a remote area, I could get a better healthcare and all. So the services configuration is getting changed. And most importantly, the business models are changing because of this technology fusion. Unfortunately, we are not really able to focus most of the customers in India. So you look at in Australia, one of the very good examples I will tell you, a bank is doing a non-banking activity. What does it mean? They have a loan platform, which is a software platform. They enrolled the real estate providers into that platform, car dealers into that platform. That's called, I think, the providers, right? The other side, anyhow, you have millions of consumers already, your account holders or your deposit holders and all. What they did very simply, the real estate providers uploaded all their venture details. The car dealers uploaded all their cars and whatever the different models are there. There is a matchmaking. Now I want to purchase a house. I have now 100 real estate providers at one place. That is a banking system where I can basically search for my preferences. I get a great house. I select it. Then what is the advantage to the bank here? Give the loan. After all, to give the loan, now they want to do a matchmaking. It is like a Uber type of a platform they built it, right? So now we have to look at the customers are looking for how you please change my business models. What new channels I can open to reach my customers? What new pricing models I have to have and all, right? So I think the whole anatomy of the business is changing. That's where the customers are worried that, hey, my God, I mean, if you don't change, one classic example I'll tell, probably then we can move to the next part. You know, it's baby diapers, right? The baby diapers are injected with software. They have embedded chip and software, and then there is something like 5G connected to the mobile phone. You can read now the glucose level or a blood pressure or temperature. Mom can be sitting at the office and she can see what is the health of my baby. This is the classic example of a baby diaper. But can you imagine? So I am the CEO of a company who have been there in the industry for the last 40 years. I've been producing a baby diaper, rashless, smooth and all. I don't survive if I don't embrace these new technologies and add the chip and software into my baby diaper and all. I think these are all the changes are happening because of the technological confluence or fusion.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we have been speaking out throughout the day in all the conversations: smart versus the not so smart kind of products, and disruption basically. And Arvind is like itching now to get in the 5G angle out to it. VSL touched upon it a bit, but I can see Arvind smiling very broadly. So Arvind.
Thank you, Leslie, and thanks a lot. Just before we started, we had Uma Ganswani talk about moonshot, and I will relate to that. One of the problems in India, which is not realized when we copy a lot of ideas, is that we are a very frugal economy. We don't have the money. And one of the things in IoT is the lack of capacity. When you need data for AI, you need lots of measurements. A chocolate factory or a biscuit factory or a smart city. Typical smart city, when you have all those 7 or 8 large applications running, you need around 60,000 devices a square kilometer. None of the current technologies in India can support that device density. 3G will collapse much before that. We don't have the spectrum of the device. Wi-Fi will also collapse, and we need a lot of power for these devices. Power will also collapse. So you need a very different way of architecture, spectral efficiency, and ways to do. And 5G has, I mean, lots of people will talk about bandwidth. That is one part of 5G. The other part of 5G, which is more relevant from an IoT, is massive device density. 5G is specifications run for 100,000 devices per square kilometer or a base stations. 30, 40,000 are in practice. So that's a big issue. Plus, the power required per device is low, and you can offload. You don't need a central base station from a service station. You can have femto stations, small routers in your factory, in your apartment, and you can offload a lot of things from the central stations, which is what is happening in industrial IoT. A lot of factories, a lot of townships are going for what is called a private LTE network. You bypass the cellular Reliance or Airtel, etc. You do an in-house thing. It's fairly easy to do. The Open RAN specifications that 5G offers allows that. And satellites also come to the picture. You may be surprised at how affordable and available LoRa and other satellite-based communication is available in remote areas. So the connectivity equation, spectral efficiency is changing, which means that you need imagination. Typically in enterprise, too much is driven by cost reduction. And if I may say, the bean counters who have very little imagination how to use technology to take moonshots and disrupt. All these things are very disruptive. If you collect a lot of data, you can optimize. I mean, TikTok tells you within 2 minutes what movies you will like. It doesn't need to do much. It measures everything. So the experimental mode, the need to experiment a lot and embrace a lot of the moonshot ideas of data-driven AI using much efficient, low-cost devices to be the key. And smart cities, unfortunately, is a lot about physical infrastructure. They're building fiber, they're building bridges, they're building parks. They are not using AI and algorithm for much of smartness, apart from car parking where something has happened. And Suresh can correct me, there's not much of data transformation that's happening in India.
I think the other panelists, the earlier panelists, wouldn't have liked you on your panel because, I mean, especially the telcos, when you're saying just bypassing the major telcos and moving on to other technologies. But that said, of course, the point is also we have to see 5G in the country in the first place. The spectrums auctions are yet to take place. But having said that, I mean, there are other challenges when implementing IoT. One is, of course, like integrating the APIs with legacy machines, lack of good data, lack of good talent, too many departments to liaise with, lack of standards, hence interoperability. So, would anybody of you like to comment on these challenges? Ritesh, perhaps, because we can start with Ritesh.
Yeah, sure. Uh, so early in the day, when we embarked on digital journey, not specific to IoT, one of the first learning was that as long as the data and tire companies traditionally have been B2B, and it's just 5 years back that we started talking to the consumers and collecting consumer data. So as long as the dirty data is within the four walls of the enterprise, people know their way around bad data. But the moment you expose this data to the outside world, hell breaks loose. That's when you really know the quality of your data. So I think, and that's a tough one to crack because it's not just a function of putting together a technology solution, but culture and very strong governance around it. And specific to IoT, I mean, I can talk about some of the challenges that we have seen. And, Tire is a very unique product in that sense. I'm sure that all product companies, all products have their own idiosyncrasies. But Tire, I think it would be up there when it comes to being, very difficult for sensorization because tire is rubber. As the temperature increases, the physical properties, the dimensions of the product change, right? And many of the algorithms that we have, the diameter of the tire, so you have to have the dynamic diameter as well. And then you have so many radial forces. Now the sensor inside the tire, it's an extremely hostile environment. There are temperatures going up to 80, 90 degrees. You have very high G forces, and you have battery also inside. And then because we have radial tires, so the seal cage, it's like a Faraday's cage, and it tries to prevent the signal from escaping. So before you talk about IoT analytics or anything in our industry, first you need to understand physics. So first we cracked physics equation before we started getting into algorithms and models and all of that. So that is a big challenge that so many prototypes were made, so much of testing was done to ensure that the integrity of the sensors, the battery doesn't burst because it's also a safety hazard if the battery catches fire and all. So the lot of rigorous testing happened even before we could get into the state. And then like I said, because it's an enclosed body, getting the signal out was very difficult. Back in the day, the Bluetooth used to suck battery very fast, but now that has improved. So we had radio frequency based transmission. Then we realized that the truck length is very long, so the signal doesn't reach the gateway. So we put some adapters in. So I mean, and then trucks go into remote areas also on highways, whereas there's no signal. So I would say the challenge is, I mean, even before we hit the market, and a lot of times we say that pushing a business model, new business model in the market, the pricing, those are the challenges. But for me, so far these have been, the really big challenges.
No,
So
fair
yeah,
enough. No, I mean, if I probably start asking all the panelists each of the challenges, I think I'll be spending another, 2 hours just on a litany of the challenges. So I will not get there. I will quickly, in the interest of time, because we just have about a couple of minutes left. Each one of you, just a quick minute. Let's start with Suresh. Suresh, how do you address these challenges? 2 points basically.
Yeah, sure, Leslie. So one is basically from a IoT as the sensor devices previously had to be very accurate. I would say 2016 is kind of a time frame. But now data analytics and MLS come. So we can actually predict a lot of data, extrapolate a lot of data. Hence, the cost and the complexity and the connectivity requirement of IoT devices are actually becoming less. I think that's a great plus. And second thing is, as I mentioned, the AI ML, with that you can predict the data, you can create any kind of inferences, put automation. So that is the second plus. And third one is, we are getting into a mode. I would say this is not a major challenge. Technically, we can, I would say there is technology wise, there is not a challenge. We are getting into a mode of, you give me the good amount of data, I will create a killer application for you, and I will also give you some money back. So then we need to be, we are talking about a new business revenue models. Government's purchasing mechanism has to move from quality come cost basis to L1 to, how much money I'm going to save, and then how much you are going to give me for data monetization, how much you are going to give me as a saving. So that is going to be, I would say, little bit of a challenge. But
yeah, I think some part of it is practical, some part of it is pretty wish fulfillment. So I think we'll rest there. Vaisal, quick thoughts, please, Vaisal. It's on mute. You need to unmute it.
Yeah, sorry. So most of the things I think we spoke, but most important thing in my view is the cybersecurity. Today you got connected to the whole internet, and anybody
We
can
have a whole
hack
panel.
it. Yeah.
We have a whole panel dedicated to that now.
Right. So one important thing is cybersecurity, and second, I feel there is a paradigm shift required from the academic institutions and also the organizations. The convergence of engineering, especially when you talk about IoT, you need mechanical, you need electronics, communication, computer science, IT, instrumentation. I think the convergence of all these engineering disciplines plays a very vital role to make a product successful, and also to address some of the challenges mentioned by our panel. Last one, as I come from services industry, a lot of changes are happening while you deliver the software applications in this space. There are new methods and philosophies are coming in the software engineering, like ML ops, like AI ops, and model ops. Data ops is another important thing. I think data is really becoming a very, very critical thing. So I think all these new software engineering practices needs to be embraced by the CAO organizations, or they have to get it from the partners and all, to deliver faster and better high quality IoT solutions.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm giving you the last one.
Arvind here. Yeah, so I just wanted to buttress two things. Suresh mentioned about the fact that with lot of data, both in time and space and analytics, AI, ML, the need for very high quality sensors or the need for understanding the physics of the phenomena is far less important. And I don't mention it. I have seen Continental and other tire companies do with a lot less physics, because there are other ways of solving the problem. And it's a question of experimentation. And you can see it with the way swarms and drones are changing military warfare. I mean, in the European war, I mean, you had in the Eastern Europe country wars, drones completely obliterated territorial army. Swarms go in and go out, and these are controlled in a very devious ways. They do not have very high precision, very accurate cameras, etc. It's just a lot of data and analytics. I think we are in a very different era where a lot of low quality sensors, a lot of low quality machines, cheap machines, but operating like a swarm of flies with AI ML can completely outgun the elephants. And with that, I would like to end it.
I know Ritesh may want to counter that for sure, because Ritesh is actually the man on the factory floor who has to tackle the stuff, because you have given a 360-degree view. But I'm sure people like Ritesh are looking at all these newer technologies. So once again, we do understand that IoT offers a lot of opportunities. And as I said, not a single panelist has been able to speak about IoT without talking about data, without talking about AI, ML, and without talking about 5G. So the connections are very, very clear. So friends, thank you very much for your time. And hopefully we'll have some physical events also where I can have some more interaction in. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So friends, you heard about AI, automation, data analytics. We heard about IoT. Now we are going to get to the third leg of the panel, which is about why security and privacy must go hand in hand, why security, consent, and the zero trust model are very important. And for that, I would like to call on screen Prasid Banerjee, who is the Deputy Editor of Tech Circle. Prasid, are you there? Yeah, Prasid, the screen is all yours. The panels are yours.
Yeah. Hi, Leslie. Yes, I'm here.
Your panel, please.
Yeah.
I will step out.
Thank you. So we've spoken about AI, we've spoken about IoT, we've spoken about all of this today, but literally none of this will really work unless we have proper cybersecurity measures. And none of us will be able to sort of keep up with this. So for the next 30 odd minutes, we will talk about cybersecurity with people who have really deep insights into this. On this panel, we have Ms. N.S. Napinai. She's a Supreme Court lawyer and a cyber law expert. We also have Mr. B.G. Mahesh, who's the founder of Sehmati. It's a self-organized collective of the account aggregator ecosystem. We have Ms. Irina Ghosh. She's the Executive Director, Cloud Solutions at Microsoft India. And we have Mr. Deepak Maheshwari, who's a public policy consultant. I welcome you all to the panel, and thanks a lot for joining us. So without further ado, I'm gonna quickly jump into the questions. And we have all seen a lot of growth in cybersecurity issues, in cyber attacks, hacks. Some of us have suffered from that as well. I'm gonna start with you, Ms. Ghosh. If you could take us through, what changed during the pandemic, because we have also talked about cybersecurity over the last decade and said it's important. So what changed during the pandemic?
So, as organizations actually went and adopted work from home and work from anywhere, the models of security of remote access and remote devices, they really took a very significant shift in the approach. So when you think about remote access, the entire approach shifted from the traditional VPN plus the two-factor authentication to even more intrinsic ways of looking at, say, risk-based authentication systems, conditional access, etc. The remote devices that could not be brought to the corporate network, they had to be ensured that they are following the right levels of protocol to get an access to the corporate apps and data. And over and above this, you now had the personal networks, the home networks as well. And think about the many smart devices which are connecting to our home networks, to which our work devices are also connecting. So what's literally happening is that in case there's any vulnerability on these smart devices which are left open, these are frankly left across for the hackers. And threats, as we know, come from anywhere. So what we are trying to literally do is that offer a very comprehensive way and working with our customers towards security, compliance, identity, and management as an integrated solution portfolio. What we are really hearing from our customers is that the nature of the attacks have also kind of changed a bit. So say credential phishing. We saw about a 300% increase in identity attacks over the past year. Phishing attacks really hit the roof. Impersonation fraud and attackers impersonating, say, established identities like the WHO and the others came across into being. And human-operated ransomware attacks, where ransoming the entire network in less than 45 minutes was kind of happening as well. And apart from this, there was a lot which was happening on targeted attacks on OT and IoT infrastructure as well. Just to cite some of the statistics here, just to put a semblance to what was going on, we really saw that by the Security Endpoint Threat Report, the malware and ransomware attacks, India registered the 7th highest in malware and the 3rd highest in ransomware attacks in Asia. Even in the cryptocurrency mining encounter rate, we had a 0.23%, which was about 4.6 times higher. And there were a lot of other things as well. But when you literally kind of relate it back to how, say, organizations were reacting, work from home was not a security-led culture. So people started bringing that in. So we had, say, one of our organizations where we partnered very closely, Godrej, which kind of enabled an Azure Active Directory with a single sign-on for their 150 applications, and not just for their employees, but their vendors, consultants, to ensure that it was happening in a very seamless manner, providing, say, data loss prevention for their employees, and even bringing in attack simulators for some of the things. So I would say on one end, it was becoming very, very sophisticated for the hackers. And on the other side, organizations were working very, very closely with their employees to bring that element of a muscle of cyber resilience and operational efficiency.
Indeed. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And with all that data, I think, Mr. Maheshwari, I know you would probably have something to add to this as well, given your history in this sector as well.
So thanks, Prasid. And as Irina just mentioned, I think one of the major things that happened in terms of the work from home was it was not just the way these different devices were sort of being connected. It was also that different type of services and applications were being simultaneously run on the same devices. So, for example, on the home computers, people were doing office work. On the office computers, also people were doing homework. Okay, let's say somebody was watching entertainment or things like that. So it was not just at the edges, at the, let's say, at the router level. There were also things which were happening at the device level. Now, at the same time, although Irina did mention about, let's say, this whole concept around what was happening in terms of credentials, actually these things are not so new in terms of credentials. So, I mean, whether you go eons back, so what Alibaba had done was actually stolen password, okay, and open the cave, okay. If you see Little Red Riding Hood story, again, what was the case? It was an identity protection, okay. So these things have been around in the human psyche all along. Obviously, with the technology and with the proliferation of these devices and everything else, the scale and the speed and the severity has, of course, increased significantly. Now, the other thing which is relevant at this point of time for us to notice is something else. On one hand, yes, many people are aware of certain type of personal data, which they are sharing whether on social media or elsewhere, and there's some sensitivity around that. But at the same time, two major challenges happen. One challenge is when people have to use any technology, whether it's driving, whether it's using mobile devices or computer or anything like that, in an accelerated mode, obviously the preparedness is not that high. And that is one major area of vulnerability, because many people have been perforced, they have to use these things, and there's not enough opportunity for them to acquire skills and exposure to what to do and what not to do, etc. And the second thing is, most of the time we do focus a lot on the personal data side, but not so much on the non-personal data side. Now, suppose you are standing in front of your house and you take a picture, and behind the picture, your car is there, which has a registration plate, and you also have a name plate, which has an address plate. Now, just using those type of different elements, let's say 3 or 4 such pictures, one can actually identify who you are, where you live, things like that. So apart from the personal data, I think increasingly we also need to look at how we are leaving these non-personal data trails also at different places, and how do we ensure that those things are also federated, and in case people are trying to combine them and misuse, what are the effective ways to mitigate and sort of fight those type of challenges. Thank you.
Got it. And so, all of this must have affected how we think of cybersecurity laws and regulations as well. Napinai, ma'am, if you could take this and talk about how, the regulatory environment is changing and how that has been affected because of this.
Oh, well, the first part of it is, better awareness about what the legal frameworks are to combat cyber security threats. So I'm glad that, on one hand, whilst there has been a lot of increase in cyber crimes, and in this instance, it's not just an increased reporting of cyber crimes. which was the case in earlier instances. There has been an actual increase in cybercrimes with the usage patterns also going, up the curve during COVID. Along with the increase in cybercrimes, with more and more stories coming out, with people becoming more, vocal about the problems that they are faced with, that has substantially helped in terms of awareness amongst users on what the threat scenario is. In fact, one of the reasons I started Cybersati was this, and I could not have timed it better. I just took the benefit of the lockdown and started it right up front, and I'm so glad for it. Because, the whole thing that users need are twofold. One, they need, of course, the laws to combat these kind of problems, but they also need awareness about those laws and remedies and an easy way of approaching them. So, something that happened for a completely unrelated matter and which then got expanded to include all types of cybercrimes was the setting up of the government website under the aegis of MHA called cybercrime.gov.in. It's very important for everybody who is watching the show and all users for that matter to note down this site, because here is an opportunity for you to file your complaint sitting at home. And we are going to fall victim sitting at home, might as well also have the remedies at easy reach. So this is one positive step that happened way before COVID, in fact, and came in very handy during COVID time, especially with the lockdown, where you otherwise had no other alternative to go and give complaints. What do we need going forward? I would say that the other the positive development that's come out of this huge problem scenario we are facing of increased cybercrime is the awareness amongst lawmakers for the need for a standalone cybersecurity law. So, with a separate law for combating cybersecurity threats and vulnerabilities, would come better awareness amongst users. We always talk about the lack of awareness amongst users. What about the persons who are expected to implement the law? They are facing the same kind of lack of clarity in their mind. So, having a law which would be precise, simple, and easy to follow and implement is the need of the hour. And I'm sure that this trend we have seen over the last couple of years is going to result in something. I mean, don't blame me if I sound utopian, but I'm positive that something very simple and precise will come up in the future and will help us to combat cyber crimes better. And a last word for all your viewers, something that I have been advocating throughout the last 2 years, which is one, please do not believe that you're at fault when you're the victim. Stop worrying about what the public will think about if you go out there and talk about all you falling victim to a phishing scam. It's very important for every single victim to file their complaints, not to worry about the outcome, not to hold themselves back because of the stigma, social stigma they think that goes with having fallen victim to a financial fraud, and not worry about whether they're going to succeed or not. Because unless and until they come forward, we are going to have statistics like what NCRB has been giving out, which is completely misleading, and not have the reality check of the millions of cases that have been happening in just each annual year, right? So we need everybody to come forward for their own sake and for to help other victims like them, either to not fall victims or to understand that there are remedies out there. So this is my heartfelt plea to every single user, victim, or technologist and law enforcement agencies.
So, Mr. Mahesh, we heard about, what we need from the regulation side. We heard about what users have to do. But in all of this, there's a big part about, consent, getting user consent, and of course, the privacy and all. And I know you would have a lot to say on this. So if you could talk about, what that balance between security and consent will be.
No, there actually can't be a balance, I would say. I think both are very important, and our focus should be on the consent and the security, both of it. And I mean, I'm not sure if you want to hear specifically on how it is implemented in the account aggregator framework, is what I would assume.
Yeah.
Is that you see in this data framework, what you have, the only way to do it is, you have to verify about who the user is, and at every stage and at the every touch point, you have some wrong word, a lot of element about verifying and also about security. Okay, like in the account aggregator, the central point of everything is the account aggregator. For anything to flow from anywhere to anywhere, unless the user gives that explicit consent onto his account aggregator, his or her account aggregator, absolutely it will not flow. And the framework has, everything inbuilt into it. Like, as I said, when you, like, if you speak about these, zero trust part, if I'm right, I mean, which you had in mind, is that, when you want to open an account with an AA, they actually verify you. Okay, and when you want to link an account with an FIP, again, that entity verifies you. Okay, and when an FIU or the entity which wants access to your data, again, it is you who will be going to give the consent and the thing. But you are going to be giving the consent only in your account aggregator. Obviously, it should not be that at every step you give the consent and you'll have a consent fatigue. And then obviously everybody will, like how when we browse, you have an option to say okay for all the cookies, or you are able to choose which ones. Everybody says okay, okay, and we are just giving away all the consent. So I think the way we will have to be designing the products, keeping in mind, and exactly as you said, maybe there you need to have a balance, but we should have that entire security, but will not be able to, compromise, on the privacy part.
Right. And you mentioned zero trust. So, when it comes to zero trust, there is this whole concept of trust but verify at pretty much every access level, right? How do we, do this in the corporate framework? And I want to sort of start with you and then go to
Sure.
Ms. Ghosh as well.
Sure.
How does zero trust work in the enterprise space?
Okay, in my case, I'll be able to speak to you about how it is implemented in the account aggregator framework, because
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm not the expert in the cloud
Absolutely.
or any of
Absolutely.
that. It won't be right for me to comment on that. I would say that it is only when you verify you'll be of who the entity is or the individual is, you'll be able to trust. Otherwise, you start your journey, with that I don't trust, this entity. So as I told in the AA framework, I mean, it is the individual who is verified at every point of time, and all the entities involved in an account aggregator are regulated entities. Okay, from either the RBI, SEBI, insurance, pension fund. Okay, so each of them have the tight rules. But on the entity to entity wise, when the data is going to flow, becomes very important that the security is actually good. So every API or call between entity to entity is actually digitally signed. So the other entity can verify, did this call come from this account aggregator? Was it a particular bank which is asking for the data? So the account aggregator framework, the way it has been designed, is that at every level you have end-to-end encryption is there, and you have tokens which expire very often, so nobody is able to impersonate you, okay, which is one. And every API call, not just the data, but I'm saying the API call also are, okay, digitally signed. So you'll see it is extremely tight. The framework has kept all these points in mind. Now it is up to the implementers to use this framework to ensure it is implemented according to the standards. And all these standards are published by the regulator.
Got it. Ms. Ghosh, you help companies, of course, implement these zero trust models. How is it done across the cloud space? How is it done there? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, when you think about zero trust, I think one of the principles that we really tell every organization we partner with is that it's a journey, and how you traverse the journey is very important and not the entire destination only, because it's a muscle that anybody builds over a period of time. Now, what I mean by that is also that zero trust is really not a net new concept in the cybersecurity world. It's been there. But I think it's gained a lot of prominence in today's parlance, because the way the hackers are coming across and the way the vulnerabilities are getting exploited has been really in a net new manner. So the principles that we kind of really talk about are: how do we verify explicitly, grant the least privileged access, and of course, we assume breach. So towards this, Microsoft, along with the entire ecosystem of various foundations, the partner ecosystem, the researchers, the analysts, and everybody that we work together, we invest very, very heavily in this area. And in this, I would really say that it's a combination of people, processes, and technology that we have to kind of hone over a period of time. So say the first one, towards the technology, using a multi-factor authentication. And if we use this, at least about 99.9% of the account hacks which happen on a normal course can really be arrested. When it comes to people, developing a cyber resilient mindset, and the fact that it's not just a set of IT security policies that you have to adhere to, but everybody in the organization should really be alert that in the event that they kind of sense any suspicious events, that they are really able to raise any levels of alerts. Thirdly, about the process of ensuring that there's a very mature patching program which is there, and it needs to be kind of taken across in a very intentional, proactive manner. And finally, at Microsoft, we've also put a lot of benchmarks and insights like Microsoft Secure Score, like Compliance Manager, which can help you understand the security posture at any point of time. And you can assess your progress. Everybody is in a different maturity of the security journey. So where are you? Where are you against, say, an industry benchmark? And what could be the next step which increases your security posture in the security journey? Net, I would just say it's a team sport. A lots of people kind of come into ensuring that the security resilience of the organization is really kind of protected. So that's the way we should be navigating.
Right. Ms. Napinai, how do we sort of, what is the role of law in, ensuring that companies also follow such models? How is it done through law and regulation?
Yeah. Firstly, what drives a company, in terms of the security angle? Everywhere, if you look at a security scenario, there's a trade-off, right? Every innovator, implementer will decide or take a call based on the trade-off. And I always say this is where law plays an important role. Because as part of the trade-off, if law imposes sufficient incentive not to trade off certain security thresholds, if violating that is going to result in heavy penalties, that's the role law plays in ensuring a better security scenario. So, when we talk, be it about consent, we are still waiting for the PDP bill. But even with the onset of the PDP laws, we are already aware that consent is not going to be the only framework. There will be built into the law itself a non-consensual permissibility, which is not going to be hampered by consent or otherwise. How far an organization is going to interpret the permissibility aspect of doing away with consent, how far are they going to use consent merely as a tick mark compliance, and where do they take it very seriously? All of this is really going to be contingent on what are going to be the penalties for violation. So even if it were due to a different kind of interpretation that you're drawing to suit yourself when you are implementing, and if it is going to result in heavy penalties, you will still think twice about drawing those kind of alternate, interpretations. You'll be very careful in terms of interpreting the law, and therefore I'm going back to first principles in law, which always says that any regulation, for it to have teeth, for it to be complied with, needs sanctions behind it. So similarly, applying the same ratio to security constructs, my take is that you need sanctions behind violation or following violations. And those sanctions can be best applied through a legal or a regulatory framework. And that's the role I envisage for law.
Got it. Mr. Maheshwari, you of course, speak to policymakers, you work in the policy space. Do you see us taking this seriously when it comes to the regulations that we're formulating? What are they thinking?
No,
So
I mean,
I think three things, Prasid, here. Number one, as Napinai just mentioned, that the law itself needs to have teeth. But the other thing related to that, I would just like to add and supplement that, is that it is not just about the legal provisions per se, but also the capacity of the system. That means whether it's the law enforcement, the prosecution, the judiciary, everywhere, we also need have to have capacity building in that system also, so that not just the law on the paper, we actually have a effective implementation. So that's one thing. So this is one area of in terms of the policies, that it is not just about the what is written in the policy, but it's also about how policy itself is internalized within the ecosystem. Second thing is about the process, and here I'm talking not about the technology process or the business process per se, but the process of policy making itself. So what we would like to see is more and more inclusive, multi-stakeholder, open, transparent engagement process. So, for example, there's a draft. What is the process of consultation? What type of analysis is done? All of that should ideally be in the public domain. Okay, obviously there will be some sensitive areas related to national security, etc. But apart from that, everything else, it is much better to be it in the open domain. And yes, we do know that now there's a new chairperson of the JPC and some new members, and they are looking at these issues afresh. So we hope that something solid comes out of it. The last thing that I would like to say is this in terms of the policy. While we are talking about a PDP bill, we are talking about, and we already have a draft NPD report, two versions have come. There's an AI framework in Niti Aayog, and several other things which have been in the making at different points of time and different agencies across the government. So, for example, the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office and the PMO, they are talking about the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which the Honorable Prime Minister also had mentioned last year in the Independence Address, and several other things. All the same, I think there are two important things here. One, we need a national comprehensive digital convergence policy coming from the center itself. And then yes, all these different type of instrumentalities can happen. So you may have a PDP bill, you may have an NPD framework, you may have an AI, DEPA, many other things. And second thing is in terms of the institutional convergence also. So currently we do have the different ministries. So for example, Ministry of Communication, Electronics and IT, Ministry of Communications, Ministry of INB, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Finance, and of course the National Cybersecurity Coordinator and Niti Aayog, apart from a few other also playing in this role. So for example, DST has a something on IoT, Ministry of Consumers through BIS is working on IoT standards. So again, we do need some coordination mechanisms so that we take care of the potential cracks and overlaps, because ultimately when it comes to whether zero trust, as you mentioned earlier, so going for zero trust is not a zero sum game. And effectively, when we are looking even in terms of cybersecurity and privacy, if you do not have robust cybersecurity, you will not have any robust data protection. Because one of the important things about that is, I mean, the term data protection itself means we are talking about security of that. But when we are talking about cybersecurity, it is not just about privacy or let's say the protection of the personal data. It is a much wider ambit. So all these things have to be properly understood and clarified. And that's why my suggestion is that first and foremost, we need to have a national digital policy framework, and underneath that all of these different instrumentalities and institutions can reside. Thank you.
And we would have loved to talk more about this subject, but in the interest of time, we do have to end this. And I want to end it quickly with just 2 lines from each of you on just what is your opinion? How do we stop cyber criminals, if at all? Let's start with you, Ms. Ghosh.
I would just say that if we really embrace the spirit of going passwordless, that would really be a great step in that direction. Because we say internally that hackers don't break in, they log in. So there's a whopping 579 password attacks every second, which is happening. So going passwordless, using things like, say, an authenticator app and what we use like a Windows Hello, a security key on your favorite devices, not having to remember things and not being vulnerable could be a great step.
Mr. Mahesh?
Yeah, so that entire idea is good, but I think in India we need to really think about Bharat on how for them we can make it secure, because not everybody has a smartphone or everything like that. So I think only in by with the help of education and constant campaigns and the help of law regulation and the technology, I think we'll be able to actually able to reduce. Obviously it won't stop. Okay, it'll never stop, because we somebody or the other always wants to make the fast buck. Okay, that's there, but I think we have to see the combination of all of this, how it can be used to protect actually Bharat.
Ms. Nabhinay?
I was hoping to go last because I may probably be raining on everybody's parade here. No cyber criminals. That's like saying no criminals, and that's definitely not happening. Even
Lawyers
the
will
guys
be in
who
trouble.
are optimistic. Well, I would be very happy if that scenario happens, but it's not going to be really possible. So the best alternative then is to protect yourself to the maximum extent. So keep aware of trending crimes, as we call it. Knowing is always a way of, at least in some manner of speaking, protecting yourself. And as I said earlier, please be courageous enough to come out with filing your complaints, speaking about it to your friends and family, because you never know. Your one victimization may actually protect 10 or 100. So it's important for victims to come forward. And there are only two things you can do: prevent and protect by awareness, prevent and protect for others to fall from falling victim through awareness. And third, if punishments are shown to be effective, that is the real deterrence. Today, we don't have clarity in terms of the law for law to be a deterrence, and there is also no visible effects of enforcement. And again, therefore, that doesn't act as a deterrent. We need both of these to work for us to see deterrence, if not wishing away the entire criminal scenario itself.
Mr. Maheshwari, you're left. It's your opinion now.
All right. So one is, I think we need more. So, for example, in the earlier session, also we we listened a lot about data. So I think we need more data about what is happening, what is not happening. So, for example, Napina did mention about this. So it's not just about from the victim side; it's also from the enterprises and other places, and we even from the government. So what is happening, what is not happening. So we need more and more data in the public domain about what is happening, how things are happening, what is getting breached, what is not getting breached, etc. So that's one side. Second thing is that apart from awareness, preparedness, etc., I think we also need to be sensitive and cognizant that it is not just sufficient for us to be bothered about protecting our information, our device, our family, our company's assets, etc. And let me just give you a short example here. When you're driving on the road, it's not just enough that you put on a helmet, you put on the seat belt, you follow all the rules and everything. You also have to be careful about how others are behaving on the roads and how the road infrastructure, etc., itself is. Because if we are relying too much on the protection that we ourselves can, and obviously we should do all that, but that is necessary but not yet sufficient. So in terms of that, when we are looking at how others are driving, how others are walking, and some of them could be, as was mentioned earlier, could be vulnerable just because of lack of capacity or lack of awareness or lack of tools. Some others might be doing because they are reckless drivers. Okay, but irrespective of the fact whether it's a apple that falls on the knife or the knife falls on the apple, we know what gets sliced. Thank you.
So as we can see, there's a role to be played by multiple parties. It's not one or two, it's government, it's companies, it's users. Everybody obviously has a role when it comes to the future of cybersecurity. And with that, I will end this panel. I thanks a lot to all of you for joining us and sharing your valuable insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasid. I mean, it was a very enlightening conversation, insightful. But the most interesting part was the panelists trying to, I mean, you asking whether we can wish away cyber criminals. I wish it was, I mean, it's easier said than done. We all wish that that was not the case. But all the same, let's hope for the best. It requires a policy framework, as most of the panelists spoke about. But let's now move on. And I would like to now call on screen a very interesting person. He's a man of many parts. He was the founder. He's the founder member of iSpert. He headed BJP's technology unit. Was the CEO of MyGov, the government's citizen-centric platform, and now he's the head of Digital India Foundation and a speaker at many of Mint's events. Like to introduce Arvind Gupta on screen. Mr. Gupta.
Yes, thank you, Leslie, for having me.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And I know you're going to speak on a very important topic today, the future of platforms and the impact on innovation. So please, the stage is, we would have normally said the stage is all yours. So that's why I'm saying the screen is all yours.
Thank you. It's all the same these days. And what I intend to do is I don't know how the presentation works on StreamYard. So if somebody else from the production team can do the presentation, or I'll try to do it when as we go along. So
you can just share the screen. There's a share screen out there. If that doesn't work, our backend will do it for you.
Okay. So while I'm trying to fix this, I am going to talk about a few things that are important. You know, the previous panel was talking about issues of data protection, cybersecurity, and all of this is leading to one thing, which is what we are understanding, the value of data. And what we have to understand, and BG Mahesh made a very important point, as long as you have a smartphone, you are sharing your data with somebody or the other. And I have this whole saying that I always say that as long as product is free, you are the product. And that is really the case today, because what we see is, as platforms try to become bigger and bigger, they are trying to find ways of monetizing ourselves only, our data only. And that is a core to this whole discussion today that I want to do, is that how And if I can request the backend team to do it, because I think it will require a restart of the Chrome. So let me not do that. So what it is, what we are in an era where platforms really are becoming very, very powerful. And what we have seen over the last 20 years, friends, is the US based platforms, which is starting from Apple, Amazon, the Google's parent company Alphabet, Microsoft, Facebook, all of them becoming $2 trillion or near about $1.5 trillion plus. And if you look at the top 10 companies in the world today, they're all dominated by platforms. And platforms are nothing but data companies. And when data is used to monetize and really create, if I can use the word, digital monopolies, that is what we are seeing in the value creation that the platforms are doing. Now, while this is correct, and that's innovation, and many countries embrace it, India also, India has taken a very different approach to platform building and innovation, which is a bottom-up approach. Given India's income disparities, the Bharat that somebody in the previous panel talked about, we live in a society where $2 a day could be a good income for an individual at a bottom of the pyramid, and that is what, for solving for those, requires a very different approach. And that's where India took a very different approach. Some of these approaches are known to us. The famous India stack that I'm not going to talk too much about, it really addresses that problem, addresses the problem of bottom-up innovation, and innovation which really solves for the bottom of the pillar. Now, why this is very important, if you can go ahead, please, a few slides more. Yes, leave it here. Next one, please. Next one, please. I've talked about all this. So what is the innovation that is happening, and why India is at the center of this new innovation, a new platform economy, and globally India is being looked at from both the policy angles, which the previous panelists talked about, and from actually execution. And we are seeing some of the platforms being built right in front of us. I mean, over the last 1.5 years, we have seen the whole health platform in the shape of Arogya Setu, CoWIN, take shape, and I'm going to mention that a little bit. And but what is the difference in design principles of the platforms which are being designed in India? Mobile first, of course, support local languages. A lot of them are voice enabled. They really are not only dependent on a smartphone. And I'll give you some examples. And then we always have an approach for the digitally unconnected people who need assistance, the assisted mode. They work with the lowest tech. You don't need a high-end phones. You don't need an iPhone to really give your kidney out and buy an iPhone to do work on a smartphone. And there is always this with the assisted mode. There is offline inclusion. So that's how the design paradigm of our platforms have been. And if we keep going ahead, please. What is that we have achieved? The first big platform that really came out of India has been this whole India stack, the Aadhaar stack, which is the interconnect of the identity layer, the paperless layer, the payments layer. And the payments layer everybody talks about. This whole UPI revolution, 3.5 billion transactions in the month of August. And when we launched it 5 years ago, around this time 5 years ago, we were hardly doing 100,000 transactions. So if you really see how a platform, which is an open interoperable network of payment systems, basically has completely not only created value for the Indian economy, but also created so much of value in the ecosystem that we talk about. All companies today, anybody who's worth anything in the payment space is operating on UPI. Whether name it Facebook, which is which is WhatsApp, is front-ending the UPI, or Google Pay, which is or Flipkart, which is with its products, PhonePe and others. Everybody is front ending, and Amazon does Amazon Pay linked to UPI. So all of them are riding on top of the rails, which is the Indian platform UPI. So it's a great success story. But what that success story tells us is the future. That once you start building platforms which are not private, but public goods platforms, platforms which are open, interoperable, and are open in this available to public for 3 or 4 different set of stakeholders: the government, and the Indian financial institutions, banks, the startup ecosystem, and businesses themselves. This changes the game. The amount of value creation you do to a society while taking the lowest, the bottom of the pyramid also along is of immense value. And we can go into details, but you've seen how by doing just eKYC, you could have the telecom revolution in India, and how by bringing down the customer acquisition costs, one could really promote high use of data, high use of banking, high use of all the related financial instruments and stockbroking and whatever else. So the small policy as well as platform enabled disruptions have really enabled the ecosystem. This is very different from the approach that we have had of the private platforms, which I mentioned before, because the private platforms really create wealth for themselves and their shareholders only. In the approach that India has taken, it's the whole ecosystem, including the consumer, the citizens, the government, they all benefit. To give you one example, today UPI, give or take, moves about 20% of India's GDP. The amount of money that moves through the UPI rails is that much of money. If you take into account both the cost of capital of moving this money and the bringing down of cost from even 30 basis points to about 10 basis points, the 20 basis point saving on 20% of the GDP is a very high total quantum of is 4 basis points of savings to the government every year. That's just by having a open public platform, not even talking about the value creation it is doing to multitude of startups and banks and other financial institutions. So the point I'm trying to make from a future of platforms and innovation, 2 things. We have to look at bottom-up innovation. Silicon Valley will keep innovating for the top billion. And that's desired, that's required. But models like India, I would say, are going to innovate for the next 6 billion from the bottom-up approach. People who really need technology and the fruits of the 4th industrial revolution to disrupt and create more value for themselves, the society, in areas of health, education, skills, credit, and a lot of these things I'm going to talk about as we move along. So next slide, please. So if you see from the previous slide, Indians are going digital. India today is the biggest digital market in the world, a free open digital market in the world. We have over 75 crore, 750 million people connected to the internet. We have the lowest data cost in the world. We have perhaps the highest data consumption in the world. From 155th, we have moved to the top of the data consumption per capita. So it is, Indians are going digital, there is no doubt. We are making payments digitally, 3.5 billion UPI transactions in the month of August. So that doesn't come. So if you just do a rough back of the envelope calculation, and you say out of the 750 million, even let's say 300 million people are transacting using UPI. That's on an average 10 transactions per month. That's very, very high from an averaging perspective. So Indians are consuming digitally. They're going digital. There's absolutely no doubt. 2, the big paradigm shift is India is making digital infrastructure as public goods, and that is the future of platforms as I see it, where countries and nations and societies start treating digital infrastructure at par with roads and electricity and water and rivers and grids and everything else. So This is the big shift that India has brought about: open, interoperable digital public goods. And three is this whole conversation that was happening in the previous panel, and I want to extend that. Indians are becoming data rich. Before we probably become economically rich, we are becoming data rich. We are, producing so much of data. The 750 million consumers on the internet are leaving a huge data trail, which is a haven for all these platforms. We've seen platforms, doing headline management and talking about issues with India's whatever new policy it may be. But in the end, they all come around because when they have to report numbers and their user base, India is their number one user base. Mostly, if it's not number one, it's number two for sure. So, and they understand the value of data and the value that, from the valuation perspective, that India brings along. So, let's go ahead. And this was the one example I talked about from a UPI perspective. Somebody today asked a question to me: can you do a UPI transaction using a non-smartphone, the candy bar phones that we had seen 20 years ago? Yes, you can. And that is what I mean by lowest technology, by offline inclusion, by making sure it's available in all languages. UPI still supports *99#. You can actually transfer your money if you're not connected to the internet using the plain old simple mobile phone. UPI disrupted payments, not only in just making payments interoperable and open, but the approach to technology was a virtual payment address. So everybody has a payment address, much akin to your email address. Money transfers are ubiquitous. There is zero cost of a P2P payment, and you can see the explosion that has happened: 3.5 billion transactions in the month of August. So that's the point I'm trying to make. If you make these platforms, and really countries now have more data, this data remains with us as a country. All these transactions are now being produced and being consumed in India. And then the next step of how do you use these payments data to make the next level of decisions, which we'll come to. Please go ahead. So what is happening while we have these platforms that exist in India? But are we done? Absolutely not. BG Mahesh was there on the previous panel. He's part of the Sehmati Foundation, which is leading the account aggregator. Leslie talked about the iSpirit Foundation, which has been behind a lot of these open platforms, working with the government, working with the private volunteers, working as an ecosystem player in building almost wherever they are required to. So, I'm part of the Open National Digital Commerce Committee, which is building the next e-commerce network, open network, to enable e-commerce, mobility, food, transport, just consumption of commerce items. So all in an open network. India Stack, we've already talked about. Account aggregator aggregates all various types of accounts. I have a detailed slide on that. The Open Credit Enablement Network knows where is, it's creating a marketplace, if you may, for credit. And the National Digital Health Platform is already rolled out in CoWIN as part of it, but a lot more new elements integrating Ayushman Bharat and everything will be coming on it. We've seen the drone policy come out, a forward-looking drone policy that is also enabled by the travel stack and the drone stack, as we call it. We are also working on a drone stack, a travel stack, a voice stack. The Index stack is in the making, which basically makes all voice translations for all Indian languages available as an open public good. Again, imagine that. This is billions of dollars worth of valuation if it was a private company. Here, the government's approach is to make it open so that everybody can participate and benefit, and not just a one single stakeholder or a company. Go ahead, please. This is the account aggregator. You have the different financial information providers. You can request data through open APIs. The consent comes from the consumer who has these different accounts, and then the data can flow to the credit providers, personal finance management, wealth managers, whosoever else you want to share it with. But it's for a specific purpose, and and it's all encrypted. So a very, very forward-looking framework for sharing information, and then that really monetizing data. So India also has this very important task of not only just regulating but also innovating on top of data. So that's the need of India. We have to really balance between innovation and regulation, and those are the challenges and the future-looking thoughts that we have. Next slide, please. And this is the open credit enablement network. It's something that you can give a back-to-back platform for lenders and credits on one platform. They can have complete insight both into your data and different accounts that you manage, and you can also get the best interest rates to be able to get the best rates out of the market, and not really and monetize again your own data, and not be really dependent on these loan sharks or predatory loaning applications. So all this is to really make India more platform-oriented, data-driven, and a public good society when it comes to digital platforms. Last slide, please. And I think I'll leave it there. So when Leslie and the good folks at Mint asked me to talk about the digital innovation at the Digital Innovation Summit, I think the big point I wanted to raise is innovation is happening, which is open, which is for societal development, and India is leading this into the fourth industrial revolution with an approach which has now been tested at speed and scale, and at population size. You can imagine COVID has serviced about 620 million citizens, and we have done 820 million or so vaccine doses so far. So it's a scale on 20 million a day, 15 million a day, 25 million a day, all happens in India. And this includes both online, offline, making a reservation through a WhatsApp bot, getting a vaccine certificate through a WhatsApp system. All this is only feasible when you have open systems, open networks, and the approach that societal benefit will come when this is being treated as a public good. So that's the future of data. That's the future of digital, and that's the future that 6 billion people across the planet look forward to solving their real societal needs, and not just the top 1 billion very high-end consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. I mean, it's always been a pleasure listening to you, but more important, I think, from a Digital India perspective, you have highlighted the India stack, the account aggregator, the health stack, the payment stack, and put it all in perspective for us. So thank you very much for your time. I think it's very encouraging for all Indian citizens to understand that India is on the right track as far as the digital ecosystem is concerned. So once again, thank you for your time. And thank you for being on the show. Yeah. Friends, we have heard about AI automation, we have heard about IoT, we have heard about security consent, the trust model, we heard about the India stacks, the payment account aggregator, the UPI, how UPI payments are picking up, how more Indians are going online. It's a lovely, encouraging story, of course, with their challenges and things. But now, most important is whenever we talk about digital technologies, we forget the enabler of digital technologies, which is cloud. And for that, I think I just want to call the most appropriate person to discuss the topic, and that's Shalil Gupta, who is the Chief Business Officer at Mosaic Digital.
Hey, hi. Hi, Leslie. How are you?
Good, all good. You are going to speak on the most important panel of the day, how to enable all these technologies. So the screen is all yours. I'm stepping off.
Thank you, Leslie, and I'll take from there. So, friends, thanks a lot for joining us today. I think I'm going to make it interesting for you guys. I think the founding pillar for any digital technology today to be really leveraged by the enterprises, by the government, by social sector is actually the cloud. I think this movement of cloud has to be explored further as to see where we are going to head towards. I would like to invite three of the speakers with me. In fact, Raman Pillai, Director of Information Technology, Athar Energy. Raman, are you there with us?
Hello.
Here we go.
Hi,
Hey,
Sunil.
hi,
Hi.
Raman. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
everyone. Yes, I can hear you very much.
Very good. We'll let me invite the other two speakers as well, Raman. Pankaj Gupta, Chief Technology Officer, Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Pankaj, you there?
Yeah, hi. Good
Hi,
evening.
Pankaj. Trust to see you there. And Saurabh Ganeriwala, CIO and Digital Officer for Jindal Steel and Power. Good to see you guys. First of all, thanks a lot. It's pleasure and honor to have you on board. Seeing smiling faces is also an honor, actually, because hopefully you're healthy, safe in the environment. I know some people are visiting offices. I think two of you people are in offices, right? Pankaj, you are in office, and Saurabh, you are in
That's right.
office. Good to see you. Raman is still managing the virtual environment everywhere, actually.
And cloud.
So, friends, we have a very interesting topic, right? We used to hear something called digital native, and many a times I used to hear this word called digital native companies are cloud-born companies. And I think, as you said, Arvind Gupta, you heard in the previous session, was talking mostly about transactions, innovation, startups, and how the open systems and architectures are building are actually accelerating the innovations across the board. But this I have to decode something called what is cloud native. And I think the journey has been quite, I think we have been hearing cloud about last 10 years, if I'm not wrong. In some shape and form, the cloud has been part of our discussion, our strategy, blueprint, and so. But what is this cloud native is a question which is coming. I think let's decode in our discussion today as to what does this cloud native means, what cloud native operating model means for all of us. And I'm going to start with the first question, which is to all of the panelists actually, is when we actually say cloud native operating model, what it entails, what is it there as features, factors, pillars, dimensions, which are important for any CIO or an IT leader to look after. And in fact, increasingly now we are talking with the business leader as well. So I'll start with you, Saurabh, with you actually, and then move on to other two panelists as well.
Great. So pleasure to be here, Shalil. Uh, Arvind talked very interestingly. If you have heard his session, he talked about everything which is in cloud or planned to be in cloud, right? He talked about Covin. He talked about UPI. So it's basically cloud native is when you start interacting without any boundaries. That's where I define cloud native. And for an organization which is traditionally for an enterprise, the way it kind of works is that you have a few systems which need to be there on cloud, and we just take it for so much granted. Our email systems, right? I still remember 15 years back, if you had to increase the mailbox size of every user in the organization, you had to plan for storage purchase, right? Today you think about it and increase it, right? So the shift has happened, and it has happened very silently without even realizing, but for few basics. Now the question is that how far, right? How far it should go to say that the organization is cloud native is something which we need to really understand, and it is very relevant for specific industry and specific environment, right? For example, in a manufacturing kind of setup, maybe OT will never be cloud native, but IT will always be cloud native, right? IT can always be cloud native or potential to be cloud native, right? But for other financial institutions or any other industries, adopting that is very easily doable, and I'm sure that Ather Energy would have even made manufacturing on cloud, and I would love to hear him that how it happens on that. But that's my definition of cloud native, and that's how I would draw the boundaries of which organization is ready for being cloud native or not.
Absolutely, and I think we'll come back to you sort of about the journey of cloud native. But Pankaj, over to you. Financial institute is
No.
always a conservative institute, right? insurance
absolutely.
specifically, alliances, partners, data, security, privacy, and then talking cloud native. So according to you, what's cloud native? What it entails?
I think cloud native, if you ask me, is really about almost like being born in cloud or giving yourself a rebirth in cloud. And but incidentally, it really is really really has to very well align with the overall business strategy. Because in my view, a technology in isolation, thinking about cloud native doesn't really doesn't really play a very important role in overall organization's objective. And hence, cloud native is an important solution to some of the organizational needs. And in case you're a greenfield organization, I think by design, a cloud native is something that you would want to take a journey on. But in case you're a let's say a brownfield organization, you probably want to start looking at a roadmap of transforming your overall technology operating model by transforming your legacy IT operations to cloud. And hence, what it really entails is essentially a combination of people, processes, and technologies, cloud native technologies, be it infrastructure as a service or a platform as a service or even subscription services, to come together to really create some highly available enterprise business applications which are secure, which are scalable, resilient, given the customer expectations are changing, and even a small downtime is something that brings down the NPS for the organization. And hence bringing all this together to really create some resilient applications and data systems with supporting operations of DevOps and networking, etc. I think all of this really has to be come together to really reap benefits of being cloud native. Uh, and as I said, alignment with business strategy is something that should really drive this to really understand what is cloud native in context of an organization. And obviously, being cloud native has its own journey. And as you mentioned, cloud has been there for last 10 years. And a lot of organizations have traversed that journey in different shapes and forms. The cloud providers have learned a lot in these 10 years in terms of what it means to get there. And all I can tell you is definitely not an easy job to be there. And is it requires a lot of patience as well within the organization to reach that point.
Sure, sure. No, Pankaj, I think, as rightly said, cloud is a journey. And Raman, I'm coming to you as well on the same question, right? But you are a cloud born, I would call it, right, rather than anybody else. But very happy to know Ether Energy is now, electric vehicles and all of that. What's your take on being cloud native?
Yeah, sure, Salil. So when we say about being cloud native, it never means that just you put your workloads from the data center to the cloud. Being cloud native is basically a different approach and a different mindset altogether. So we have to change the way we do work. Okay, because if you want to take the leverage of the cloud, the technologies available there, you cannot just do a lift and shift. Perhaps it might be a good way to start the cloud journey, but you cannot call yourself being cloud native there. So when you go to the cloud, you have to look back to your applications, to your business stack, and say how we can leverage the cloud in the best manner so that it gives you the agility, flexibility, scalability, which helps business to grow further. So that is where we say the cloud native term actually makes sense. Otherwise, you are just putting your workload from the common data centers to the cloud, and the traditional way of doing work remains same. I think that does not help, and it doesn't help the business as well. It just shows the increased cost and all. But yeah, natively, you have to go back and think in a different strategic manner from a different lens altogether to make sure that you're actually leveraging the benefits of the cloud. Yeah.
Sure. Very rightly said, Raman. I think, and I really like when you said cloud is not a lift and shift. And let me tell you how I see the journey, and then let's talk about the second part, which is traveling the journey of being a cloud native. I think first journey, when you look at cloud 1.0, is mostly about capex and opex, right? The accounting needs to change from a capital investment perspective to an operational investment perspective. and how do I make it a more revenue or a cost my side, which is operating cost rather than the capex cost. Second, cloud 2.0 was mostly driven through flexible, nimble, scalable, scale in, scale out, up and down. Those are the areas where people adopted. The first 1.0 and 2.0 was mostly the augmentation which we were bringing to the architecture. So cloud was augmenting my current architecture. I think 3.0 is very different, because today the world is talking about how do I bring my product and solutions faster to the market. So my reducing my time to market. Can I increase my pace of innovation? Can I bring my ecosystem together? Right? In insurance, it would be agents and my customers on digital channels, right? In manufacturing, suppliers. And I think supply chain resiliency is one of the factors which we are looking at it, both Ather as well as Jindal Steel and Power. So I think 3.0 is mostly driven by transformational efficiency or productivity, time to market, pace of innovation, and becoming really a leader in the competitive perspective. So my operating model of an organization foundation should be cloud. I think that's what we hear it. Now, if that is what I hear from you, the second question comes in how difficult the journey is. I mean, it cannot be done like, if I have a genie in my hand, I can ask tomorrow morning I need to be a cloud native. It's not going to be that easy. And I think Pankaj said that the journey is very difficult. So Pankaj, I'm going to start with you and then go to Saurabh as well. What is the journey looks like? How this journey is traveled? How would you guide my audience today?
Well, so again, I mean, if you're an organization who already runs various workloads on data center, I think 5 years back, if you had asked me this question, I would have started saying that at least why don't you start virtualizing as a technology to start breaking your workloads, and then and then probably go one step further to start putting some new assets on or new workloads on cloud. However, if you ask me today, I think my most obvious answer is that start at least building certain cloud-ready workloads, uh, which the workloads which are far more dynamic in nature, which have far more scalability needs, far more modularity in nature in terms of architecture, so that there's a faster time to market on some of these capabilities, and start building those applications, those assets in cloud. And that's how typically a lot of organizations do, is they including insurance for that matter, is that they start building the new customer facing assets on cloud, while of course the core, which happens to be a lot legacy, either because they are mainframe systems or other legacy systems, they continue to reside on premise. And that's obviously another challenge to solve, because the moment you have a hybrid architecture, it absolutely makes it more complex for you to run your operations both on the cloud as well as on the data center. However, the reality is that that is the only approach to kickstart in a at least in a brownfield organization, because you can't really chew more than that as an organization. However, to what Raman also said, that it's not really about lift and shift, and hence when the company starts looking at lift and shift as a methodology to move to cloud using large migration programs, I think that is where a lot of organizations tend to make mistakes, because they will not be able to reap some of the benefits of cloud. And hence, a cloud native is really about re-architecting your applications which are fit for cloud to support the modularity, flexibility, auto scaling, etc. And hence, the journey really becomes right from at least starting with first few applications which can be cloud native, make them as a reference implementation, so that you really set the standards and processes and best practices and guidelines, and then start rolling out your various other assets in that fashion, instead of purely looking at a lift and shift mechanism. And then as you start building that, your entire operations kicks in, including of course DevOps and monitoring using infrastructure as a code, for instance. All of this then starts coming together. So it's the journey is really a long, I think, at least a 12-month journey for any organization to reach there.
Sure, and I think Pankaj, you I really like the aspect. It's not about lift and shift. It's not about virtualization. It is actually about breakdown. How
Yeah.
minuscule level you can break it down yourself, and commonly known as microservices and etc. I'm coming to you,
Right.
Saurabh. I think we heard Pankaj, drilling the journey to how do we break it down to the minuscule, minute level, and creating those micro environment, microservices environment. Whether it is public or a private does not really matters, right? But at least break it down. Well, company like yourself, which is Jindal Steel and Power, you're working across geographies. It's just not India, both from a supply perspective as well as a demand perspective. Now, it's not going to be easy to break it down, right? And as you said, OT is different and IT is different in your environment. What are the factors important to actually look at being a cloud native? How do I identify those applications in my environment, which I should start breaking it down? What are those important attributes?
So, Shalil, principles do not change. The principles still remain the same. And I would go to what Raman mentioned, right? It's still you have to solve a problem. You don't have to just do it because you have to do it. If you are solving a problem, and solving a problem can be solving a problem for agility, to be nimble, to be able to support business, to create a time to market which is fast enough, or to reduce your supply chain time. So the need should drive the cloud strategy, and not the cloud strategy should drive the business, right? So it's the other way around. That's very, very important. And the concept is, it's not about what you are doing. You have to prepare fundamentally with everything which is cloud enabled, right? So let's say you have applications. How are you integrating across applications? The web service architecture, are you service oriented architecture is in place or not? If those fundamentals are right, it does not matter where you are, right? Cloud is just, it's not about your data center or cloud data center. Are you interacting the way, how it gives you that flexibility? Means when I was listening to Arvind in the last session, right? He made so many important points that for any platform, you look at mobile first, you look at voice assisted, local language, right? And these challenges will always be there as and when you grow in geographies, you grow in within India if you go at multiple places, right? So cloud enabled means that the journey has to be enabled, keeping in mind all of these factors, right? Not just from an infrastructure perspective or a platform perspective. How ready are you across all these factors to be able to meet the business goals? That's how cloud journey takes. And when you are taking this journey, right, it's a cultural shift, not just in the minds of business, a big change in the minds of IT team itself. Your team will have to think differently. How do you write your contracts? How do you operate on your SLAs? How do you interact? How do you take care of security? Suddenly, when you shift from, let's say, in the same cloud journey, if you are shifting from your on-premise data center to a service-based architecture, your security is much more than firewall, right? So
True.
the whole way of thinking changes, and the journey is multifold. You have to get accustomed to it over a period of time, and that's how you reach the final destination.
So, Saurabh, very nice thing which you highlighted, and I really want to have a follow-up question with you. You said contracting, right? And we have spent 20 years contracting, managed services, outsourcing, and so in a certain manner, whether it's a time and material or a fee-based and so on, right? The SLAs. But cloud contracts are very different. And as you said, it's a cultural change, not for a business only, but for IT team also. Uh, how do you see, are we matured today to see these contracts coming in shape, or it's still a learning curve?
People are learning. Everybody in this room is learning, right? And you learn with every contract. So cloud is supposed to be very flexible in your OpEx model, but with a lock-in for few years, right? How do you structure that? What are your options to change the cloud providers as and when needed? So everybody is learning, and it's a very complex science. It's not It's not as simple as you do a contract. If you are buying a service, right, is your service contract structured in a way that you have the teams who are ready to support that SLA? How do you check that, right? In the cases where you have issues or any incidents, how do you adhere to those SLAs? How do you prioritize? So it's a whole shift the moment you get into these contracting. The way how you think has to be very different. The way how you interact and evaluate your partner has to be also very different.
Got it. I'm actually going to go to Raman. Raman, uh, flight needs to take off. Somewhere we need to take off the flight, right? And for a flight to take off, there has to be a particular critical thrust in the engine. Okay. Now, what we are struggling with this is how do we reach to that thrust that flight can take off to a cloud native, right? What is that thrust level in an IT environment you would look forward for, right? So what's your viewpoint from how to create that thrust in the environment?
So see, first of all, we have to make sure that the infra which we run on premise and which can be moved to cloud, because of the business needs working from home, those has to be moved to the cloud first. May it be a lift and shift, that will be the step one towards going the cloud. Once we have the infrastructure running on the cloud, the second thing is comes is how to make it flexible and agile. So we start segmenting those infrastructure which is already in the cloud into the microservices based model, say by containerizing the services, breaking down and making segmentations. Having multiple services running one on one big VM might not be the best way of doing it, because sometimes if you say uh, a particular branding campaign has launched which uses only X service most of the time, right? So if we segment those services into multiple pieces, then we can are able to scale only those services without having much dent on the cost. So segmenting and containerizing the services plays an important role. Then the third thing is to how we can use out of the box services being used, like say using the function as a services or the PaaS based thing which is already available, so that we don't have to worry for the scale or to have the skill set on premise to maintain those databases, or the scale of the infrastructure which may go suddenly spike during the peak seasons or during the branding campaign. So how do we leverage those things? Example, how do we have the Hadoop cluster being there? Why to use the Hadoop cluster which is self-managed, but why not to use a big data or a BigQuery kind of stuff which is already being there for the same purposes? So how do we leverage those things is being the steps. Last thing is I will reflect to what Saurabh says, that sometimes we then in the race of getting things much more faster to the market, we start using these kind of things, which is more like a makes you cloud locked. So for that, we have to make the architecture in such a level that where we have to have platform agnostic uh, tech stack as well, so that you can be multi-cloud, you can be on the hybrid cloud, and you can shift between both of them as and when needed, so that you are not cloud locked kind of thing. This is what we are doing here. Last thing is to
Go ahead.
yes. So last thing is the cultural thing, which as well Saurabh mentioned. Cultural change has to be there a lot, because and it starts from the DevOps. So DevOps is basically not a team; is basically a mindset where the developers has as well to learn the operations, how to use the cloud, and the vice versa. Operations team as well has to know how do we leverage and sit and work with the development team. So eventually, everything in the cloud native world looks like a code. So whenever you
Got
want
it.
to spin up
So
an
you're
infrastructure,
basically saying low code environment being created in such a manner that even non-developer or non-tech guy can actually operate in the environment. Well, it's a
yes.
great way to lens to look at it. We have got very few minutes left, guys. Very quickly, the last question, which is from my side. And Pankaj, I'll start with you. You saw the journey of Cloud 1.0 to 2.0, 3.0. And as we move, the KPIs have also changed. Earlier it was more capex to opex, etc. So very briefly and very in a short, what are the new KPIs, one or two you would see one should look after?
Well, well, there are of course KPIs, which really get accelerated by use of cloud. So I will not say that these are only related to cloud per se, but for instance, our speed of innovation, or overall time to market for our new business capabilities. I think are two very important and critical KPIs. Besides the usual suspects like uptime of an
Yeah.
app, uptime of your application, etc., or security and compliance. But I think where we should really measure ourselves is that are we able to really innovate at a much larger speed, given that you have access to resources on demand, and secondly, can you really bring new capabilities out of the market, whether it's your new applications or new front end back end kind of an applications, but how soon can you get them to market? I think these two are very critical for us to
Got
measure.
it. No, no, I agree with you. Can't agree more actually. Anything to add, Saurabh?
There's only one KPI, Shalil. How are you contributing to the profit? Right. And everything you do has to finally tie back to it. Whether it is reduction in time taken, whether it's speed of innovation, whether it's agility, nimbleness, end of day, if it ties back to the number, it works. If it doesn't tie back to the number, it doesn't work.
So cost is not a cost, it is investment to look at how we are
Absolutely.
increasing per category margin, per product margin, and so. I think this is very definitive way of looking at a KPI. Raman, over to you. And last, I know 1 minute. I have been indicated 1 minute more than that, but go ahead.
Yes. Yes. So basically, how do we see things in this modern world is not to chase the KPIs, but to have the KPOs. KPOs are more from the perspective of how the customer sees our infra. They are not bothered that we are on cloud or we are on premise. They more about how they are being served. So that is the way, which is the SRE way, we call it as the site reliability engineer way of looking into the infrastructure and their performance. So we have to track the SLOs and the impact, and we use the methodologies like use and red to derive those SLOs and to see how the customer is facing the things and to improve their experience is what is the business is dependent on. So yes, that is how we track things.
Absolutely, and to be frank with you, I think you raise the right concern there. There could be internal KPIs, but there are external KPIs which customer is expecting from us to be delivered, right? And you being cloud native is actually sitting in the center of it. Any organization today, I feel personally, cannot be a digital organization if they are not traveling the journey of cloud being a cloud native. One one thing very important KPI, frankly speaking, which I think personally is very important. If you can make technology invisible for doing any operations in your organization, you are done with it. You are in the right direction. You're doing all the right things. But if the technology is visible to your internal users, external partners and suppliers, or to your customer, then you are not in the right direction. You're not actually a digital company. So one of the KPI which I start following myself is how can we make technology completely invisible? And I will leave this thought process with you guys and audience. But it's always an honor to have your time, guys. I know busy schedule at the same time on a digital platform. Sharing your time with us, sharing your insights with us, it's an honor for me. I learn a lot personally. I'm sure the audience would have also done it. But thank you for joining today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll go back to Leslie if he's there.
Yes, yes, Shalil. I've been hearing you very carefully. The two things, key takeaways from you. It's all about the money, honey. So everybody's looking at ROI, regardless of whether it's IoT, AI, cloud, or whatever. But I think you made a very interesting part while concluding it that you want to make technology invisible, and that's really the case because cloud is actually like electricity, or it should become like electricity.
True.
Nobody should see it, but that's the enabler. So thank you very much for, I know you're part of this entire process, you're part of the Mint family, but all the same, I know that you bring in your hardcore CTO experience, which is why I wanted you to moderate this
Thank
panel.
you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Leslie. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Friends, we have had a very exciting day, but we have kept something very interesting for the last session. And I would now like to call on screen Manish Gupta, who's the director of Google Research India. Manish, my apologies for keeping you waiting, but I knew that we did sort of keep the best for the last. Typically, so Manish is not only the director of Google Research India, he's also an Infosys Foundation Chair Professor at IIIT Bangalore. He earlier led a video technology startup, and the research centers for Xerox and IBM in India. He holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He has co-authored about 75 papers with more than 7,000 citations in Google Scholar in the areas of high-performance computing, compilers, virtual machine optimizations, and has been granted 19 US patents. I can go on and on about Manish and not exhaust my bio, but I would rather have the man talk to us with his deep research insights on how companies can move into an AI-first enterprise world. Manish, the screen is all yours.
Thank you, Leslie, for your kind words. I hope I do justice to all what you have said. So I'll be happy to share some of my thoughts, right, on how companies can move towards an AI first world. I hope my screen is visible. So today, I mean, everybody and their mom would have heard the term deep learning. I mean, it's essentially a reincarnation of the age-old concept of artificial neural networks, but it's proven to be surprisingly effective at a whole bunch of tough tasks. In deep learning, you have nothing but, I mean, these artificial neural networks are very, very simple mathematical units which performs extremely simple computations. But when organized in layers, they do these very complex tasks. So things like if you are fed the image of a cat, essentially by being fed the image, I mean, all those pixel values are being fed to this network. It performs all those computations on those pixels, and out comes the classification function. It's a cat. And likewise, I mean, there are other kinds of functions that the neural network can learn. Things like if there's an audio signal, it can learn the text corresponding to that audio signal, right? So it can learn that, yes, this audio signal corresponds to how cold is it outside, right? Which is also known as speech recognition or speech to text problem. Or given a text in a language like English, a deep neural network can be trained to convert that text into a different language, French in this case, which is machine translation. Or another variant of the first problem, where given an image, you not only identify the major objects that are appearing in that image, but you come up with a description of that image, similar to how a human might describe it. Now, these are all capabilities that various deep neural networks today can be trained to do. And in fact, going back to kind of this whole concept of AI first world, I'll give you one example. When Google Photos was being designed as a product many years ago, the AI teams basically convinced the product team to take this AI capability for granted, that these pictures could be analyzed by AI, and you could automatically tag those pictures with what were the key objects that were there in that picture, right? If this was a picture of a cat or a dog and kind of multiple people around, or all those different people could be tagged. And so Google Photos was designed as an AI first product. So what I'll do today is describe some work that we are doing at our research lab in India, in the context of India, looking at problems that really arise for many, many enterprises, especially in the Indian context. So the first one I will look at is access to information. So for us at Google, obviously, this is kind of a very important task. And in fact, India, with its kind of very rich diversity of languages offers a very, very exciting, in some sense, market, right, for us to play in. So India has, as most people know, 22 scheduled languages, over 100 major languages, and only about 10% of our country speaks English. So for us, the mission was that, look, just like you and I, right, who are able to access the rich information on the web using tools like Google search, how do I enable a farmer's son in Haryana, or that laborer's daughter in Chhattisgarh, to be able to have access to that same level of information? So how's that done in English? In English, there is this technology called BERT that Google has been using now to improve, dramatically, in fact, improve our capability to do effective search. But BERT doesn't quite apply. BERT is applicable only to English. It doesn't apply to Indian languages. So before I talk about Indian languages, let me just briefly describe how BERT works even for English. So BERT is this neural model which is trained on this large corpus of text that comes from sources like Wikipedia. So you might have this text shown over here. Obama was born in such and such year in Honolulu, Hawaii, and so on. And what you do is you mask out some words, 15% of the words, and you ask this neural model BERT to predict, to guess those words, missing words, right? So this definitely reminded me of my childhood days, right? When learning English, our school teacher, right, would give us this exercise, fill in the blanks, right? Where some words were blanked out and you had to guess what those words were. And in that process, the teacher was testing our understanding of English. In a similar manner, BERT is forced to understand both the nuances of the language as well as the context in order to guess these words. Now, fast forward to Indian languages. Techniques like BERT don't work, and one of the reasons they don't completely work is that all this corpus of formal data, Wikipedia data, and so on, right, that BERT uses is just not enough to capture the full universe, right, of vocabulary that in fact we are dealing with. And in our case, that full universe of vocabulary includes words that you will see in this menu card, this appetizer menu of a restaurant that we picked up, that we were very amused to see. But it is showing a lot of real world problems. So first, this word appetizer has been spelled, you can see, in a different manner. And likewise, this word pineapple in pineapple raita. And you might initially dismiss these as, oh, these are wrong spellings. But if you really think about it, they actually make sense, because if you think about, let's say, pineapple, if somebody is just thinking in Hindi, which is a very phonetically sound language, and then trying to map it to English, this way of spelling pineapple actually makes sense. And then if you think about, let's say, appetizer, and again, people from certain regions, let's say North India, and I'm from North India, often we would make kind of driven by our native language, we would replace the z sound by j sound. So this is what our one of our leads, uh, Arvind, observed, that look, when you have all these queries which are shown in this left column, we have to be robust enough to understand those queries, right? And say that, oh, when somebody types boys shoes, they really mean boys shoes. And likewise, this way of spelling background picture actually makes sense, because phonetically it is reasonably close to the original words. So we came up with this project called Indophony, where it is not just about kind of spelling correction, but we want to also model the reasons behind those variants of spellings. And in that process, both improve our query processing systems as well as our speech recognition systems. So we are even training our speech recognition systems, for instance, given the word shoes, with different variants, so that both speech recognition and query processing systems, right, are able to deal with all of those variants. And this slide shows some examples of, again, original words and the different variants that we generate synthetically, which in actually most cases correspond to many such variants that we actually see in our query logs. So these are actual words that people are using, and to us, we have to be able to process these. Another interesting way in which kind of people in India use languages is this code mixing. We mix up multiple languages in the same sentence, and there are different ways in which we can transliterate. So our team built this thing called Multilingual Representations for Indian Languages, Mural, which provides the largest coverage to date for Indian languages, covers 16 Indian languages. And for various tasks, I mean, please don't worry about all these complicated labels on these graphs. Essentially, for simple natural language processing tasks like question and answering and named entity recognition. So named entity recognition is about recognizing names and places in a sentence. Let's say if there's a sentence, Narendra Modi ka janm Gujarat mein hua, Narendra Modi and Gujarat are the entities, right, that you're trying to identify. So our system based on Mural was able to, again, improve its accuracy by over 10% compared to the previous state of the art, which was based on a multilingual version of BERT. And for transliterated text, we were able to come up with over 27% improvement. And very quickly, talking about some work being done at Google Research on document AI, a lot of enterprises are processing these different kinds of documents, purchase orders, invoices, receipts, and so on. And you want, again, the research team wanted to provide this service to be able to extract structured data automatically. It's not just about the OCR, not just about recognizing those characters. Can you recognize kind of where is it that you find, let's say, the price mentioned, where do you find the date mentioned, and so on, and extract those values automatically. So here again, we took this machine learning approach where you define this extraction schema, where you say, okay, I'm interested in identifying the invoice date and total amount of the invoice out of these invoices. And I train the system by, for a few of those invoice examples, identify, okay, where is that date? Where is that total price mentioned? And after doing a few of these, you want your machine learned system, A, to be able to do it on invoices generated using the same template, but not just the same template, even different templates. When you see new kinds of invoices, your machine learning should help you be able to identify, right, those values even out of those new invoices. So again, I've given you kind of a peek at, given you two examples, but again, I think these are just, I would say, drops in the ocean. There's so much more that can be done, so many different use cases where people can and are applying AI to solve those problems. And again, I look forward to more and more adoption of AI amongst the enterprises in India, right? And doing, again, all these amazing things using the power of the technology. So thank you, and back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Manish. I mean, after a long time, I felt like I was in a classroom, deep learning 101. So it was good fun, really. And I think what I like most is that you brought the Indian context, how you're using it in enterprises, and connected the dots for us. So thank you very much for your time. I know you keep a very busy schedule. So thank you once again for your time.
Thanks for having me on your program. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish.